Hey everyone, welcome to this Microsoft SCCM full course by MindMajix, where we will take you from absolute beginner to advanced level in managing IT infrastructure with SCCM. Microsoft SCCM is one of the most widely used tools by enterprises to manage large-scale IT environments. It allows admins to deploy applications, patch systems, manage endpoints, and secure devices all from a single console. In this course, we will cover everything from installing and configuring SCCM, deploying operating systems, endpoint protection, automation and reporting, and more. Now let's talk about the careers. SCCM admins and engineers are in high demand across industries like IT services, banking, healthcare, government, and telecom. According to the LinkedIn and Naukri, there are many SCCM related job openings in India. So if you are an IT professional, system admin, or someone planning to grow in IT infrastructure management, this course is perfect for you. As per Ambition Box and Glassdoor, SCCM admins earn an average of 5 to 8 lakh rupees per annum, while senior SCCM engineers and consultants earn 12 to 20 lakh rupees per annum, depending on skills and experience. So grab your laptop, follow along with the hands-on demos, and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you find this video helpful. And if you want to learn SCCM course with certification, then check out our course, where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Check the link in description below. Now let's get started with our full course.
What is SCCM? You can see Microsoft System Center Configuration Manager. This SCCM, okay, is a Windows product that enables the management, deployment, and security of devices and applications across an enterprise. Amongst other potential uses, administrators will commonly use SCCM for endpoint protection, patch management, and software distributions. And SCCM is a part of the Microsoft System Center Management Suite. What I mean to say is Microsoft SCCM is a part of the Microsoft. It is a tool which is part of the Microsoft, and it manages, and it is a Windows product that enables the management, deployment activities, and security of the devices, okay, across an enterprise. And it is commonly used for endpoint protection, patch management, and software distribution. For example, if you want to for example, you can see here, we are having with an example of small organization and medium to big organization. For example, in any small organization, we are having from 0 to 100 or 200 systems are there in any small organization, for example. And to deploy any software to all those 100 machines or 50 or 200 machines, to deploy any software or to deploy any operating systems or to deploy any patches, what we required system admin or local ITs to deploy this operating system or software deployments with the medium, I mean, in a small organization like 0 to 100 or 200 like systems if you are having. So it will be an easy task. If you are having one or two system admins and local IDs, it will be an easy task. But whereas if it goes to medium to big organization where we are having 1000 systems or 500 plus or 1000 plus systems, it is not an easy job, right? To deploy the software updates or to deploy softwares or software updates or patches or any operating systems. It is not an easy job for a medium to big organization. Even though if you are having local IDs and system admins, it will take a long process. Time taken process will be there. In such cases, we are introducing the SCCM to their organizations. Why? Because with the SCCM, we can deploy the software and the patches released by the Microsoft and the operating systems or any software updates we can deploy by using SCCM for the endpoints. Endpoint protection, nothing but that one only. Endpoints are nothing but these are all the users if we are having. So SCCM is commonly used for endpoint protection. As we can see in the definition, it's amongst all and potential users, administrator will commonly use SCCM for endpoint protection, patch management, and software distribution. Patch management in the sense every month Microsoft will release patches for their Microsoft products. Patches are nothing but updates or bugs, bug rectifiers, or anything, whatever it may be, whatever it will call. Every month, second Tuesday, Microsoft will release patches. So to deploy those patches to systems in our organization, we require SCCM. Or otherwise, we can deploy it manually also by using local IDs and system admins. But it will be taken by a time taken process. Okay. So to avoid those things, what we have introduced this SCCM. Okay. That is, if you introduce into medium to big organization, it will reduce. We can use SCCM to manage 1,000+ systems for OS, softwares, and patch deployments. OS in the sense operating systems like Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 7, whatever it may be, Windows servers. We can deploy through SCCM and softwares. For example, if you are working with a particular project, we require some particular software dedicatedly to that project. So in such cases, we can deploy software for particular users only in a easy manner. It will deploy within no time. Okay, if you push any software now, within no time, within minutes of time, it will deploy into the target mission. Okay, but if you want to deploy any software or operating system or any patches, it will take. If you want to deploy manually, it will take so much of time to deploy to all the missions. But here in SCCM, we can deploy to up to 1,75,000 devices or up to 8 lakh devices. If you are having more than 1.75 lakh devices also, it will manage by SCCM. So what it will happen if you use SCCM medium to big organization, it will reduce the manpower requirement and cost efficiency. Why? Because here we are using manually by local IDs and system admins with the help of. Here, if we are using SCCM, we can reduce those manpower to deploy more number of missions. So that's in such cases we are using SCCM. So this is the major difference between why we are using SCCM manually. I mean, why we are using SCCM. I hope you were clear. And if you are talking about MECM history, now and all we are calling it as MECM. Microsoft has changed their name to MECM. Here you can see Microsoft was changed till 1994 when it was introduced by Microsoft. And till date, it was changed by three names. Starting initially when it was introduced in 1994, the name was SMS. SMS in the sense System Management Server. It was introduced in 1994 and the name was SMS 1.0. The version name was SMS 1.0. SMS in the sense Microsoft was introduced like SMS System Management Server. That's it, with a limited features and limited access at that time in the 1994. And later on, after 5 years, they have upgraded their version to SMS 2.0 in the year 1999. In the year 1999. So it took after 5 years to get an upgraded version like SMS 2.0. And later on, after 4 years, it was upgraded to SMS 2003 in the 2003 year. So like that. And in the year 2007, after 4 years from 2003, they have upgraded their new version and they have changed their name to SCCM from SMS. SCCM from there in the 2007, they are calling it as SMS, SCCM. SCCM in the sense System Center Configuration Manager. Okay, and it was introduced in the year 2007. They have upgraded their version with the new features, and later on, they have upgraded another version like 2012. And from the year 2015 November, they have changed their naming convention in the version like SCCM 1511. You can see 15 is the year which was launched and 11 is the month which was launched. So in 2015 November, they were introduced a new version, upgraded to new version, and they have named it as SCCM 1511. And from then till now, the naming convention was the same. And from there, 2016, every 4 months they are releasing an update, and I mean an upgraded version for Microsoft SCCM. Okay, and in the year 2016, from then to till now, every year they are releasing three dedicated versions, upgraded versions. Like 2016 February, they have released SCCM 1602, and in June of 2016, they have released 1606, like that. And from in the year 2019, they have changed their name from SCCM to MECM. MECM in the sense Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager. And from there, every year they're releasing three versions from the year 2016, right? And in 2019, they have changed their naming convention from SCCM to MECM. And now the latest and greatest version was MECM 2203, and which was about to release 2207 MECM. And this is the MECM history. And it is a mature tool and there in the market from the last 25 years. And SCCM holds around 45 plus percentage stocks in today's IT field. And you can see in the year 1994 it was started by Microsoft and till now it is running successfully. And it is having 25 plus years of experience in the IT field, and it is a mature tool. And you can see in today's IT field, out of 100%, most of the companies, like 45 plus percentage of companies, are using SCCM in their organization. So nearly half of the IT companies are using SCCM in their organization. And in every field, they are having competitors. Like similarly, SCCM is also having their competitors like IBM Big Six, Altrise, Evangelandus, Tanium. These four are the SCCM competitors. And with the competition of these four, Microsoft SCCM holds 45 plus percentage of stocks in today's IT field. So people are trusting the SCCM like more, and they are habituated, and the features in that was more. And now basically SCCM is used for endpoint protection, like to deploy any software or to deploy any patches or to deploy any operating systems. Okay, mainly majorly my SCCM is used for these things. And to use these features, we need to deploy, and we are having three sites in SCCM. Okay, and those three sites are named as central administration site, primary site, and secondary site. Here you can see central administration site, which we will call it as CAS, and primary site is a PS, and secondary site is CSS. And this is the hierarchy. CAS stands at the top, and if you go in deep for each site, and here you can see central administration site firstly, because it is in the hierarchy. In our hierarchy, it stands on the top in any infrastructure. And you can see it is an optional site. So without CAS also we can build SCCM. If you talk about central administration site, it is an optional site, and it is an optional site. Why? Because without central administration site also we can build SCCM in our organization. You can see why we can build without central administration site means it manages the primary site and it supports up to 8 lakh clients. So actually the main thing was, if you are having 8 lakh clients, but here you can see primary site will support up to 1.75 lakh clients only. If you are having more than if you are having more than 1.75 lakh clients, then you can install central administration site in your SCCM hierarchy. So that's why we are calling it as it is an optional site. Okay, it is an optional site. Central administration site is an optional site, and it manages the primary sites and it supports up to 8 lakh clients. And CAS didn't support clients because it does not interact with client missions and secondary sites. So you can see CAS will not directly contact with clients because it does not interact with clients and missions and secondary sites. That's why it didn't support clients. Clients are nothing but users or computers or whatever it may be. So in our SCCM terminology, we'll call it as clients. So that's why cache didn't support clients because it does not interact with client missions and secondary side. Client missions are nothing but computers. So and it is having a storage. Why cache is required in any infrastructure? It is having storage and report. Cache is mainly used for having storage and report. And here you can see it supports up to 25 child primary sites. So why? Because cache will support up to 25 child primary sites. So primary sites are nothing but if you are having one central administration site in your organization, and if you are having up to 25 primary sites, one cache will be enough. So one cache will support up to 25 primary sites, and it is required when more than one primary site is there. For example, in your organization, if you are having 1.5 lakh clients, and if you want to install those 1.5 lakh clients in two different primary sites, even though if one primary site is capable enough to support up to 1.75 lakh clients, but if you are required to install, but you want to install two primary sites with the split of 1.5 lakh clients, means around 75 each. So at that time, if you install two primary sites, at that time cache is required in your organization infrastructure. Okay, and it requires an SQL server. SQL server, why? Because SQL server is mainly used for reporting purpose, and it is a database. It is used for reporting purpose in SCCM. Okay, and this central administration site will be installed in an operating system of Windows 2012 server and greater versions. We can install it on Windows 2012 server and greater versions. So this is about cache central administration site. And if we talk about primary site, it is a mandatory site. And why? Because without primary site, SCCM will not be there. And without primary site, SCCM will not be infrastructure. So that is the main thing. Without cache, without central administration site, we can use SCCM by using primary site as a mandatory site. That's why we are calling it as mandatory site. And it is the heart of SCCM. So primary site is the heart of SCCM. Why? Because it is a mandatory site. Without primary site, SCCM will not be there. That's why primary site is the heart of SCCM, and it supports up to 1.75 lakh clients. So where we can see primary site will support up to 1.75 lakh clients. Okay, and where second central administration site will support up to 8 lakh clients. There you can see. We are having if you are having 500 or 1000 systems also, we can use SCCM with the help of primary site. And if you are having 1 lakh devices or 1.5 lakh devices, we can use SCCM with the primary site. And if you are having more than 1.75 lakh clients, then we need to install a secondary primary site. I mean another primary site. Then if you install another primary site, then central administration site will come into the picture. Otherwise, if you are having below 1.75 lakh clients, we can use SCCM primary site. So primary site will be enough, and it is a mandatory site as we discussed. And it cannot be a child of another primary site. For example, in your organization, if you want to build two primary sites under the cache central administration site, means, and the first primary site will not be a child primary site to second primary site, and second primary site will not be a child primary site to first primary site. So that is the thing. So each primary sites are having equal and same importance and same features as well. So it manages secondary site. So in this hierarchy, you can see cache stands at first, and second it was primary site, and third it was secondary site. So if we talk about primary site is a mandatory site, and central administration site and secondary site are optional sites. Okay, so in here all the clients will always talk to primary site only, and all the clients and client missions will not talk to central administration site. Okay, and here also if you are having secondary site, if you install, then secondary site will not directly contact to central administration site. Why? Because secondary site will always reports to primary site only. So that's why this is the hierarchy. And here you can see it manages the secondary site, and it supports up to 25 to 250 secondary sites. Okay, and primary site will support up to 250 secondary sites. So that's why we are using primary site. And if you want to install secondary sites, then we can install secondary sites. When secondary sites will install means we will talk it later. And similarly, in central administration side, we required a SQL server, and same in primary site also we required an SQL server. Okay, and if you install database on the same server, for example, SQL server is a database, and if you want to install SQL server in the same, I mean SQL server database in the same primary site means it will occupy up to 50% of the storage. For example, let me show you. For example, this is central administration site or primary site. Okay, if we call it as, for example, this is a central administration site. Okay, and we are having around you know somewhere around 5 lakh clients, somewhere around 4 lakh clients, 4 lakh clients. Okay, and we are having, as well as we are having two primary sites. Okay, one primary site. No, we require them. If you are having 4 lakh clients means we require three primary sites, right? Why? Because each primary site will support up to 1.75 lakh clients, and we have installed each primary. This is PS1, where we are having 1.5, like 1.225 lakh clients. Okay, and we are having another PS2 primary site too, and in this primary site too we are having 1.5 lakh clients. Okay, and how much it was? 2.75 lakh clients. Still we require, here you can see 1.7. We are having how much? 1, 2.5, 3. 3.7, 1.25, right?
Yeah,
Not 1.25. If we are having 1.25, 1.25.
2.5 and 1.54.
Yeah, 1.25. For example, if you are having, so if you are having 4 lakh clients, and each primary site 1 is having 1.25 lakh clients, and primary site 2 is having 1.5 lakh clients, and primary site 3 is having 1.25 lakh clients. So altogether 4 lakh clients. So when we are having more than one primary site, then central administration site is required definitely. Okay. So here we are having more than one primary site. So that's why we have installed central administration site. And if you want to, where we are calling it as, so every site we required SQL server, right? So if you want to install SQL server in this central administration site, for example, so it will occupy up to 50%. So what is the capacity of this central administration site? In general, it was 8 lakh lines. So if we install SQL server in the same site means it will reduce up to 50% of their capacity. So 50% storage will be occupied. If we install SQL in the same site, in the same server. And if you want to install SQL in a different server, for example, if you want to install SQL in a different server means, so this 50% storage will not be occupied. Why? Because we are installing SQL into a different server. So that's why the storage will not be occupied in the central administration side. So similarly, in the primary side also we required SQL for reporting purpose. SQL is mainly we are using it for database storage purpose and reporting purpose. So if we install SQL in the same server of primary site also, it will occupy 50%.
50%.
Okay. Otherwise, if you don't want to install, and if you want to install SQL in a different site means, different server means, different server means it will not occupy. So the storage will be remain same. So that is the major difference of why we are installing SQL and what if we are having. Okay. And if you install database on the same server, the supporting of client reduces to 50%. So here, if you install in the primary site, what is the capacity of primary site? 1.75 lakh clients. If you install in the same server means it will reduce the storage capacity up to 50% and we will get around 85,000 clients only. So that's why we are just talking about this. So here you can see if you install SQL in a primary site, it will occupy around 50% of the storage. So we will get 85,000 clients only. So that's the reason. And we can assign clients only to primary site. Here you can see in this primary site, for example, only we are having only primary site. Central administration was not there. We are having only 1.25 lakh clients only in our organization. Okay. So we required only one primary site, right? So when we require one primary site, so when we required one primary site, so all the clients which are present in the primary site will reports to primary site only, obviously. For example, if we are here we are having three primary sites, right? So all these three primary sites will be here, and each primary site clients will not directly talk to central administration site. So here central administration site is only required for storage and data purpose. Here you can see we have discussed like central administration site, it is having storage and reporting purpose only. So that is the reason. So primary site 1 clients will not directly talk to central administration site, and primary site 2 clients will not directly talk to central administration site, as well as primary site 3 also. Only each primary site clients will talk to their respective primary site only. That's the reason. Okay. And here you can see we can assign clients directly to primary site only. And what about secondary site? Why we install secondary site means, for example, it is a child site and we will install secondary site to reduce the bandwidth or primary site like small branch offices. So when we install secondary site means If you are having, if your office is located at, or if your another branch is located at somewhere around another location, or any, tribal or any another location where they are having low network connectivity and bandwidth issues. So at there, if you are having any office or any branch with having some systems, so at that time we will install secondary site dedicatedly to their branch. So that's why it supports up to 15,000 clients only. Secondary site will support up to 15,000 clients only. So here you can see we can't assign secondary site to clients. Okay, we can't assign secondary site to directly to clients. We will install SQL Express, and it is an optional site. So in this hierarchy, we are having two optional sites. What? One is central administration site and one is secondary site. Without these two, we can install SCCM with the help of primary site only. So when central secondary site will come, if you are having any bandwidth issues or network issues are there in different location office, then we will install secondary site at their location. Okay, otherwise, for example, in Bangalore, if you are having any office and you are having those somewhere around 1 lakh devices, for example, and if you want to keep a branch in another area, like another branch, another location, like somewhere around Hyderabad or somewhere, okay, it is not a remote location, right? Or it is not a low network connectivity, or bandwidth issues are not there in the Hyderabad. Even though if you want to, even though if you are having like that, you want to install secondary site in the Hyderabad. Why? Because it is not a necessary. We can install primary site there also. We can include those Hyderabad site or Hyderabad location also in Bangalore with the primary site only. But we want to install secondary site, means we can install secondary site also. Why? Because it is not connected with the same LAN network. It was connected with the WAN network, wide area network, right? In Bangalore, all the machines will be connected to same LAN network. Whereas if you goes to Hyderabad, it is not connected to LAN network. So some network issues will be there, but we can install it in primary site. But to avoid unnecessary conflicts, we want to install it in we want to install another site in the Hyderabad. Why? Because it is not connected with the same LAN network. It was connected with the wide area network, WAN network. So that's the thing. So this is the SCCM hierarchy. You can see, as we discussed now, central administration side. CAS will stand at the top, and we are having primary side. Okay, and we are having another primary side, and each primary side is having secondary side. For example, they want to expand their business and they want to expand this thing. So that's why they kept a secondary side. So the secondary sides will directly talk to primary side only. Secondary side will not directly talk to central administration side, as we seen in this picture. Okay, so why central administration side is there here? Because we are having more than one primary side, so that's why central administration side is available. So if you see, each each site is having their own SQL database. So here central administration site is having their SQL database, and the primary site is having their SQL database, and another primary site, and similarly secondary site is also having an SQL database. Okay, this is the thing. So we are using Active Directory domain. So Active Directory domain, in the sense, so every organization is having their own domain, which means, for example, if you talk about any organization like Tech Mahindra, okay, so Tech Mahindra is having their own domain. So domain, in the sense, why domain is there? Active Directory domain means all the user information in their company, or if you want to build a company, if you want to launch a company, or if you want to start a company, you need a particular domain. Okay, Active Directory. Why? Because all the user information and user computer details, user details, and security updates or security details, everything will be stored in the domain only. Okay, and if you start a company, then this domain will create initially a domain. Why? Because if you create a domain, in that domain all the user information will be stored, and all the computer informations will be stored. From there it will take to SCCM. Okay, if you initially if you want to install any SCCM in any company, there should be a domain. There should be a domain should be presented at their company. If domain is there, all the SCCM, because in the SCCM we required user information, computer details, and security updates, everything, right? So everything will comes from domain only. So that's why domain plays a key role. For example, if you if anyone joined in any new company, if you joined any new company, and in that company they are having a new, for example, they want to provide you a laptop. Okay, and initially what they will do, they will take a new laptop from their IT, and they will install all the required applications for you. And what they will do, they will take you to their domain. They will join you and your computer in their domain in their database, right? So everything, every in a normal day-to-day life, everyone will call it as domain, database. Okay. So why? Because it will domain is there means in initial stage when you joined in your company, they will build a laptop for you, and they will join your user details and your computer details. They will enter in their domain. So when they enter in their domain, immediately within no time we can schedule that time, and it will discover it in SCCM. So when you join, if you want to add any system in the SCCM, you can add it in domain. Whenever you add it in Active Directory domain, it will directly goes to SCCM. We cannot add a system or user directly to SCCM. We have to add it through domain. When you add it in domain, it will goes directly to SCCM. So domain is all the user information and security updates will be in domain. So that's the thing. Here you can see this is the comparison of sites, central administration site, and you can see purpose, the recommended location for all administrator and reporting for the hierarchy. Why the central administration there? What is the purpose of the central administration site is the recommended locations for all administration and reporting for the hierarchy. And what are the more information? SQL server is required. Does not process client data because does not interact with client data. SQL server is required and does not support client assignments. Any client assignments, like if you are deploying any task or any softwares or operating systems, CAS does not support any assignments to directly to client. And not all site system roles are available. Site system roles and all we'll talk about tomorrow. And participates in database replications and primary site. And what is the primary site purpose? A required a required site that manages clients in well connected networks. All clients are assigned to a primary site. That's why it is a mandatory site, and it is a required site and well connected to the clients directly, and all clients are assigned to primary site only. And here also SQL server is required. Additional primary site provides supports for higher number of clients. If you are having more number of clients, then we can install second primary site also. And cannot be tied below other primary site. As we discussed, it should not be a child primary site to another primary site if you are having one or more primary sites. And participates in database replications. And secondary site. What is the purpose of secondary site? So secondary site manages the clients in remote locations where network bandwidth controls is required. Okay, and it requires the SQL Server Express or full instance of SQL Server is required. If neither is installed, when the site is installed, SQL Server Express is automatically installed. So when we install SQL Server Express or SQL Server, it will be installed automatically if you are having secondary site, and a management point and distribution point are automatically deployed when the sites is installed. So this is the management point and distribution point. These are the site system roles we'll be talking about tomorrow. And secondary site is must be directed to child site below a primary site, but can be configured to send content to other secondary sites. So secondary site must be directed child site below a primary site. As we discussed in the hierarchy, secondary site is under the primary site always, but can be configured to send content to other secondary sites. Okay, we can configure secondary site like to send contents to another primary site and participates in data replications. For example, data replication, as well as in the both all the sites, it is participated in data replication. This is the SCCM console. It will look like this is the SCCM console is there. Here in assets and compliance, all the users and computer details will be available. System details,
Okay.
client details will be available. In the software library, all the softwares, operating systems, whatever it may be, it will be available. Patches, softwares, or everything will be available in software library. In monitoring, we can monitor the client health or when user was logged in, when user was inactive or not, otherwise user is in not deactivated or not, we can check it in monitoring. And administration, all the site information, okay, site system roles, site information, everything will be there in the administration. So this it will be look like, okay. And if you want to deploy anything, so definitely to log in into that SCCM server, we required a password. Login credentials will be there. For example, if you want to log in into your laptop means you will enter login credentials, right?
Yeah.
And similarly, if you want to enter into any server or anything, you will definitely have a login credentials. So similarly, SCCM also installed, this primary side is also installed in a server, right? So to
Yeah.
log in into that server, to log in into SCCM, we require a login credentials. Unless and until if you want to deploy anything, we don't require anything. I mean, we don't require any login credentials to deploy any softwares or anything. So it depends on the company's conditions actually. But similarly, we don't require any credentials. We can deploy in two methods, like in available mode or required mode. Okay, we can deploy in a two type of methods. Available mode means in the user computer it will be available. So user has to I will tell you in brief. So for example, this is a user laptop, okay. And if you want to deploy any particular software from primary side to this laptop means you will deploy, okay. Before deploying it to this mission, this user laptop, I mean, for example, we will call it as client, okay. So this client should have a software center, okay. Software center should be present in this client. Why? Because here you can see in this SCCM, all the informations will be there from the domain, right? All the user information, computer informations will be available from domain to this primary site. So when we are having this primary site, all the user informations are there. So what we will do, so our SCCM infrastructure was ready. So to deploy any software to this mission, we want to deploy like 7-zip software you want to deploy. to this mission. So before the deployment of the 7-zip software to this client mission, what we require? Initially, we required a software center tool. Software center tool will be there. So the tool will require for this client. Why? Because to access any software or to deploy any software or operating system or any patches or whatever it may be, to deploy to this client mission, we require a software center. Okay, so software center, all the information will be there in SCCM, right? So
Yeah.
when we can install the software center from SCCM only. Okay, nothing but
Okay.
client. We will call it as client. So we will install client to this client mission. So if you install client, then software center will be present. Whenever software center is present in this client means, whenever the software center client is present means, then we are able to install the software.
Okay.
So I will show you the client also, how it will be look like. It will be look like this. Here you can see the software center. So this software center should be present in the client mission.
Okay.
Definitely to deploy any softwares or operating systems or patches, anything. Before it, the software center should be present. And here you can see applications. For example, if you deploy any application, it will goes to this applications manner. For example, the 7-zip, if you want to deploy means, if we deploy the 7-zip to the client mission means, it will goes to applications only. Okay, updates in the month, in the sense patches. If you want to deploy any patches, it will goes to this update sector. Operating systems, if you deploy any operating system from SCCM to this client mission, it will goes into operating system tab. Okay, you can see the installation status and device compliance, how much it was installed and everything, and what are the apps was installed till now. You can check in the installation status and all. And where we can see, we can, as we discussed, we can deploy it in two types. Okay, if you want to deploy 7-zip to this client mission, for example, this client is having software center, so we can install. So what are the prerequisites to install a software or patches or anything to client mission is, prerequisites are nothing but requirement. The requirement is software center should be present to that client mission. So software center was there in this client mission. So we can deploy the 7-zip software in two types. Okay, one is available mode and another one is required mode. In two types, we can deploy the 7-zip into client mission. One is available mode. Available mode in the sense, if we deploy the 7-zip into client mission in an available mode, so client has to go to software center and they have to install it themselves only. Okay, so client has to access software center. They have to go to software center and they need to press an install option. Okay, and in a required mode. Okay, if you install it in a required mode, then client has automatically the 7-zip software will be deployed to the client mission directly without the interference or permission of the client user. Okay, if you deploy it in available mode means that software will be available in that client mission. If user want to deploy it, if user want to install means he has to go to software center and he has to install. So in these two types, we can install any software, or similarly operating system also we can install like that. Patches also we can install like that,
Okay.
or softwares or anything like that. Today we have done like some introduction part of SCCM and the history of SCCM, how SCCM works and all. And these three sites also we have discussed it on yesterday. And coming to site system roles, like site system roles, we have around 12 site system roles in SCCM. So majorly we will use the starting three site system roles. Okay, why? Because rest remaining site roles will be used in a only one some points only, and mostly it will be used by some other teams remaining things. But in our coming to our SSCM, we required mostly these three site system roles. So remaining rest we will cover it on upcoming sessions after completing of these lab setups and all. So initially we will just have a basic knowledge on management point and distribution point and software update point. Okay. And these are all 12 site system roles you can see. One is management point, distribution point, and software update point, fallback status point, application catalog website point. Okay. And application catalog web service point, SMS provider, and asset intelligence synchronization point and protection endpoint protection point, reporting services point, service connection point, and state migration point. So these 12 are the site roles as the same site roles. And if we talk about management point, which we will call it as MP, okay, MP in the sense you can see the management points how it works means it sends policies to client missions and receives status messages. It supports up to 25,000 clients only. So the thing is what management point will do in the SCCM infrastructure means, and you can see the management point and distribution point will be created automatically when we create SCCM primary server, primary site. Okay. When while we are creating primary site, it will be automatically created. This is the management point and distribution point. But you can see it supports up to 25,000 clients only. If you are having in your organization, if you are having more than 25,000 clients, you have to create an another management point. How many you require, like that you can create it. Okay. And you can see it sends policies to client missions and receives status messages. So what management point will do in SSM infrastructure means it will send policies. Why it will send policies in the sense SSAM client missions are having, for example, if you deploy any software or any if you push any client to that software, I mean to that client mission. So to get React immediately, I mean to activate or to check to get the software into client mission immediately means if you send the policies to client mission from the SSCM server means it will react immediately. I mean, yes, if you send policies from SSCM to management to client means it will react immediately and it will get installed very quickly. Even though if you didn't send the SMS, I mean, if you didn't send the policies to client mission, it will run in a background way. It will be on background process the policies and all, but we can send manually also the policies if you want to install any software and all to get it fast installation. We can send policies and it will be installed very quickly, and that is the way management point will be useful. And even if you didn't send policies manually also it will send policies in a background way, okay, in a backend way. In a backend everything will be done smoothly, so there will be no issues. Some like that sometimes you will refresh it, right? So like that it will happen. Okay, if you want to send any policies, so that is the main thing. It sends policies to client mission and receives the status message. Receives the status message in the sense it will receive the status message that what is the current status of the client. So it will receive in a message point. Okay. And you can see it is a communication bridge between SSAM server and client. As we discussed, it will send policies and receive status messages. That's why it is a communication bridge between SSCM server and client. Okay, management point. And devices takes all policies from management point. So not only if you send manually, but in the backend, devices will take all the policies, whatever they required from the management point. In the backend, these processes will be done in the backend. It cannot be visible or some like, okay. And it can be installed in primary site or secondary site or any other Windows server. Mostly 99.9% it will be installed in the primary site or secondary site, and it cannot be installed on a separate Windows server. But there is an option like we can install it on separate Windows server. But most 99.9% all the infrastructure SCCM infrastructure companies will be installed it on primary site or secondary site. So here you can see some graphical representation like uh, there we are having SCCM server, and here we are having management point. Okay, one management point is there for SCCM server, and these are all client missions. So what it will do, SCCM server is in management point is in SCCM server. So all the clients will talk to management point, and they will take the policies from management point. Okay, and what management point will do, management point will receive the status message of the client. So this is the ongoing process, and it's mandatory. It's a mediator between server and client. Okay, you can see it is a mediator between server, SCCM server, and client. And coming to distribution point, so distribution point means it stores the content and sends content to client machines when requested. Okay, so it supports up to 10,000 clients only, and this is also created defaultly. Okay, this distribution point will also create defaultly while creating SCCM server. So the main thing was this distribution point, it stores the content and sends the client and sends to client machine when it was requested. Why? Because it stores the content in the sense all the software. So initially while we are deploying any software application or package or operating system or patches, even patches, whatever it may be, if you are deploying it from SCCM to client mission means while deploying space, while doing the deployment process, we need to distribute that content in the sense that that software or that patch or that operating system file. So the file will be created, right? That application or package, right? So that is, we will call it as content. So that content is used to distribute it to distribution point initially. So when you, so before deploying it to the client mission, we need to distribute that content to distribution point. So if you are having 4 or 5 DPs in your company, so you can you have to distribute it to all the 4 to 5 distribution points. Okay, so like that. So what distribution point will do, it stores the content. So after creation of application or package or operating system or anything or patch or patching, so after creation of that application, so what we will do before deploying to the distribution point, and that is the thing. And it is a content storage. You can see it is a content storage, and devices will download content from distribution point. So what client will take the content from the distribution point. It will be on backend process, not in a normal process. It will be on backend only. So no, it will not be visible actually. It is on a backend process, and we can check logs. We can check the logs whether the installation is being completed successfully, or if we are getting any error codes or anything. We can check through logs. Okay, and it can be installed same like management point. It can be installed in primary site, secondary site, or Windows or other Windows server. Same like management point, 99.9% it was installed in the primary site or secondary site only. And mostly most of the infrastructure company, they will not install it on other Windows server. So yes, and that is about distribution point. And if we talk about software update point, So you can see a software update point which we will call it as SUP. So this shortcut we used to remember MP in the sense management point and DP in the sense distribution point, and SUP is about software update point. Is a system role installed on Windows Server update services. I mean, it is a software update point is a system role. It is installed on Windows Server update services, which is called as WSUS server, that allows you to create packages of updates according to various criteria. And this is a overview of the Windows update process from a SCCM client perspective through the software update point. What it means was mainly why software update point is used means, for example, this is used for mainly to deploy patches. So Microsoft is releasing on every month second Tuesday they are releasing some patches, right? So those patches will be deployed through SUP only. So, you can see the pictorial diagram. For example, this is an SCCM server and this is a Microsoft update server. So this is a Microsoft website, okay, which will be available for everyone. And this is a SCCM server. This SCCM server is ours. Okay, what it will do, for example, we required a monthly patch. Okay, for this month we required patch for somewhere around some Microsoft applications or for the we require some patch. So what we will do, we have to take it from Microsoft update server, right? So in order to take those updates, what we will do, initially we will install software update point in the SCCM server, and you can see management point and distribution point will be installed automatically. Defaultly it will be installed. Okay, one distribution point or one management point will be defaultly installed, and if you want more than one or two, you have to install, you have to create it separately, this management, this MP and DP. Okay, coming to SUP software update point, we have to install this role manually by ourselves. Okay, we have to install this role by ourselves, and if you install this SUP role in SCCM, after that this WSUS server is required. What WSUS server is will do means, it will take all the patches, what are the patches are required for this SCCM server. For example, if you are having some 1,000 clients, 1,000 machines are there. In the 1,000 machines, 500 machines are Windows 10, okay, and somewhere around 300 machines are Windows 11, and somewhere around 200 machines are Windows 7. Okay, in order to take these three updates, three patches from Microsoft means, what you will do, these all the data, what are Windows 10, Windows 7 and Windows 11, these data will be copied and scanned by the WSUS, okay, WSUS server. And you cannot see this WSUS server, it will not be visible. Okay, this WSUS server we cannot see, just we will install that role, that's it. So what WSUS server will do, it will scan all the devices, what devices are required according to the criteria. You can see WSS server that allows you to create packages of updates according to various criteria. I mean various different Windows 7, Windows 10, Windows 11, whatever it may be, or Windows servers. So whatever is present in the SCCM, it will scan. Okay, initially it will scan. So okay, these many updates required from this SCM server. So where it will scan? It will scan by a WSS with the help of SUP. Okay. Then after scanning this WSS, what it will do? It will ask it will take Microsoft Update Server support. It will go there and it will take what are the required updates for SCCM. Okay, what are the required updates? I mean, okay, these many devices are there for Windows 10, Windows 11, Windows 7 and Windows Server. So okay, these are updates are pending, so it will take it from the Microsoft Update Server and it will store here. So it will be like a database, so it will store there, and it will scan the devices and it will send the patches to SCCM server. Okay, this is the pictorial diagram, like, and you can see the software update point is used to deploy the patches, mainly to deploy the patches. Okay, with the help of WSS server. Okay, and it is required to integrate WSS in SCCM. As we discussed, it required to integrate WSS in SCCM. The software update point is required, and it is required to deploy software updates from SCCM to client computers. Okay, the software update points, what it will do? It will be in a mediating position from WSS server, and it will take the data to SCCM. Okay, that's why it is required to deploy software updates. Software updates in the sense patches, monthly patches from SCCM to client computers, and it can be installed in primary side, secondary side, and other Windows servers. Mostly this one also will be installed on primary side and secondary sides only, and it is having around 25,000 client support. Okay, it will support only 25,000 clients. If you want to, if you want another software update point, means you can add the software update point, another software update point role. Okay, and yesterday we discussed, right, regarding the discovery method. Okay, Active Directory. This is the Active Directory domain we require, and this is the SCCM console. So what it will do? Active Directory domain will store the all the data, like user data, domain related information, forest related information, and all the systems related information and security groups also. So whenever we are adding users or systems or security groups, it will be reflected in SCCM directly. We cannot add directly any user or any systems or any security groups to SCCM console. We have to add it on Active Directory domain, then it will reflect here. If you want to remove any machine also, we have to remove it from Active Directory domain, then only it will be removed from SCCM console. We cannot directly remove or add to SCCM console. Okay, and you can see these are 6 types of discovery methods are there. Okay, one is discovery Active Directory forest discovery method, and another one is Active Directory system discovery method, Active Directory user discovery, and Active Directory group discovery, heartbeat discovery, and network discovery. So what it will do? Active Directory forest discovery means all the forest related information. So all the complete domain related, domain and structured related information, we will send it to SCCM console. Okay, when we discovered this one, it will be available in SCCM console. And Active Directory system discovery. Whenever we enable this system discovery, all the systems will get refreshed. Whatever, if you are add or if you are remove anything, it will be reflected in SCCM console. Okay, Active Directory user discovery, in the sense all the user related information it will be discovered. Okay, from Active Directory domain to SCCM console. And Active Directory group discovery means all the security groups will be discovered from Active Directory domain to SCCM console. And you can see heartbeat discovery, and you can see network discovery. Heartbeat discovery means the user login times and all. Whenever user was logged in, and whenever the client was, whether the client is in active stage or not. Okay, if the user is in not logged in state more than 60 days, and that account will be automatically removed from SCCM console. Okay, for example, one user is there, he is not using his system. Okay, and he will be removed after 60 days from the SCCM console. So every time heartbeat, what it will do, it will check, okay, when the user is logged in or not, at what time he was logged in, and at what time, what is the status message of it, whether it is in active stage or inactive stage. Everything will be discovered from heartbeat discovery. Okay, and network discovery, in the sense network discovery will be useful for the printers. Okay, printers and Xerox machines, everything will be there, right? So for those things, network discovery will be helpful. Okay, similarly, we are having boundaries and boundary groups. So boundaries is a network location on intranet, and there are 5 types of boundaries. Okay, Active Directory site name, IP subnet, IP address range, and IPv6 prefix and VPN boundary. So these are 5 types of boundaries which are available in our system, in our CCM console. And you can see, for example, if you are having 1,000 devices, starting from, for example, like this is the IP address, for example, 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.254. Okay, and which was available for Mumbai region, these things. And another device, some devices will be available in Bangalore region, and some devices will be available in Kerala region, like similarly Hyderabad. So like that, for each region we'll create a boundary. So we'll create a boundary, and that boundaries will be under these boundary groups. For example, in Mumbai, they're having in out of 1,000 devices in Mumbai, they are having 2,000 devices. So for 2,000 devices, what it will do, for each boundary there will be around 255 devices or 254 devices. Okay, for each boundary. To create 1,000 devices in a boundaries means how many boundaries we require?
Four
Somewhere
boundaries.
around 5 boundaries will require, 4 boundaries will require. Okay, so these 4 boundaries will create it as one boundary group in Mumbai region. Okay, like that. And so you can see this is central administration site, and this is primary site, and this is secondary site. So this is the hierarchy. CAS, central administration site, will stand on the top, and primary site, and next, and secondary site. Okay, for example, if you started a company in Bangalore, and you have kept somewhere around some 50,000 devices, and this is a primary site one, and we have installed one primary site. So because primary site will support up to 1.75 lakh clients only, right?
1.7.
So here we are having 50,000 devices. So one primary site is available for us. So that's why we have kept one primary site. Later on, and here similarly we have one DP. Just for example, I'm just saying one MP. Okay. Here how many DPs and how many MPs are required? Each management point will support up to
25,000.
25,000 clients, and each distribution point will support up to
10,000.
50,000 clients. I just, for this information only, I just kept 111. Okay, to get space will be not sufficient, right? So that's why I kept one. Otherwise, we'll do one thing. We have two management points. Okay, these 5 distribution points are there. Okay, these are DPs and these are MPs. So what it will do, all the status messages and everything, policies, it will take from the management point, and it will have here, and it will take what management point will receive the status message of this client. Okay, and what distribution point will do, distribution point, all the storage, distribution point will be
Content.
useful for the content and storage related information. All the software and storage, everything will be reserved in distribution point. So okay, and later on what you have done, you just want to expand your business. Okay, you just want to expand, and similarly we can keep one software update point also somewhere here. Okay, This is software update point. And what it will do, software update point is the mediator of SCCM and the client. Okay, it will useful for the major purpose of patches, updates,
Patches.
software updates and patches and all. Okay, so in the Bangalore we have around 50,000 devices, and it was one primary site we have connected, and later on we have expanded our company. Okay, and we have kept some branches in somewhere around two regions. We have kept some branches. One is in Hyderabad and another one is in Mumbai. And later on, what we have done, and the major thing, our company name was abc.com, abc.pvt.ltd. Okay, this is our company name, and our domain name was, what it will be, abc.com. Okay, this is our domain name, and where we kept it in India. This is our Indian branch, and in Hyderabad we have this one, right? And in Hyderabad we have kept somewhere around 5,000 devices, and in Mumbai we have kept around another 5,000 devices. Here this primary site in Bangalore is having the capacity of getting the data. I mean, it is having the capacity of storage. So we can install this primary site, we can install this Hyderabad 5,000 devices in this primary site. But we can install it, no issues. It will be in a smooth manner. But to get understand what is the differences of sites, to get understand, we have named it as, we have installed one secondary site.
Second.
Okay, secondary site 1 will be installed here in Hyderabad, and secondary site 2 was installed in Bangalore, sorry, Mumbai. Okay, so what it will do, Hyderabad devices will talk to secondary site only, and the secondary site will talk to primary site only,
Primary
right?
site.
Okay, we can install these 5,000 devices in primary site 1 itself. No worries and nothing will happen. Everything will be fine. But to get understand, to get understand the infrastructure, we have picture like this. Okay, I hope you will get this clear. And
Yeah.
another thing was, it is in not in LAN network. You can see all these
WAN.
50,000 devices in Bangalore will be on same LAN network. But here in this Hyderabad, it is in wide area network, WAN network. So that is another reason to get good connectivities and all. We have installed secondary site, and here in this secondary site, there will be one, one DP, okay, one MP, and one SUP as well. And SQL server also will be installed. I didn't picture. If you want, I can make it. Here we have installed SQL in a different. Okay. Here we are having SQL. Okay. In this primary site Bangalore, we are having SQL, different SQL server. We didn't install it in primary site only, right? We have installed it in another server. If we integrate this SQL in the primary site, means the storage capacity will be
50%.
reduced, right? So that's why we didn't install it. Okay, and later on what it is happening, okay, here we have installed like this, one DP, one SQP, one MP was installed in this Hyderabad side, as well as one SQL server also installed. Okay, and similarly in the Mumbai also we have installed one SQL server and one MP, one DP, and one SUP was installed here. So what it will happen, this is the main thing. So later on, what it will happen in the Hyderabad devices, they will talk to secondary site only, and secondary site will talk to primary site only,
Primary site.
right? So later on, what it will be, we have expanded our company, and we have kept in somewhere around America, USA. We have expanded this company. And there what we have done here, somewhere around 25,000 devices we have kept in the region of New York. We have kept it in on New York, and this is ABC Private Limited was same applicable for this one only, because it is
Same
even it
domain.
is in a same domain. Yes, exactly. It is in a same domain, and we have kept this in New York. Okay, and similarly we can install. We have installed primary site 2. Okay, for this because it is in another region, right? So that's why we have installed another primary site with the same domain. Okay, and New York region, and we have installed DP and one SQL server. So these will be there. So all the primary sites will talk to, sorry, this second primary site will talk, all the devices will be 25,000 devices, and later on we have kept somewhere around some another two, we have expanded to another region, like another two things were there. Another two regions we talk about San Francisco. Okay, one is in San Francisco, and another one is in New Jersey. Okay, these two locations we have kept 5,000 devices each to get rid of connectivity issues and everything. We have
Second result.
secondary site, one secondary site here and another secondary site here. So what it will do, there also DPs and MPs will be there. So here what it will do, this secondary site will talk to primary site. Okay, and this secondary site will talk to primary site 1. So here also the secondary site 1 will talk to primary site 2, and the secondary site 1 will talk to this primary site 2. And you can see here, for example, here also we have installed same DPs and MPs roles. Okay, so what it will do in this hierarchy, what we have discussed, if you are having more than one
More
primary
than
site,
one primary
then
site.
central
Serious.
administration
Yeah.
is required. So what it will do, so here we are having two primary sites, right? So these two primary sites will talk to central administration site, okay, for the reporting and those purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so this central administration, this is the hierarchy actually. You can see the one central administration side is there, and the central administration side will not talk to clients directly. It will send only for reporting and storage purpose only. It will be available. Okay, even though here we are having 50 and 25,000 devices, which is 75,000 devices, and the each primary site is having 1.75 lakh clients,
1.75.
right? Here we are having only 75,000 devices, but we have installed two primary sites. It is according to our infrastructure and our company's policy, we can install as like we want. Okay, that's why I'm just telling you deeply, like we have installed here two primary sites with we are having 75,000 devices only. Even though we have installed two primary sites, when we install two primary sites, we require central administration site. Okay, and what it will do, this is the hierarchy. So this primary site will talk to central administration site, and the secondary sites will talk to only primary site,
Primary site.
primary site one only. It will not talk to directly to central administration site. Okay, so that is the thing. So this is the infrastructure thing, and you can see, so every site they are having own SQL server,
SQL
and they are
server.
having own distribution point and own software
Management
update
point.
point and own management point as well. Okay, and this is the hierarchy of the site system roles, and here you can see this is the, infrastructure how it will look like. Okay, and in each region, as we discussed, we are having boundaries and boundary groups, right? So those boundary groups, for example, in this 55k devices, for example, we required somewhere around for each 1,000 devices, we required somewhere around five boundaries, right? So for 5,000 devices, we required around
25.
25 boundaries. So these 25 boundaries, we can get it up to one boundary group or different boundary groups. Okay, so like that. So these boundary groups will be here, and distribution point will be attached to those boundary groups. Okay. And what distribution point will do? Distribution point will have the content. It
Content.
will store the content, softwares or operating systems or patches, whatever it may be, whatever we want to deploy to client machines. Initially, if we have to distribute the content to distribution point. That's it. From SCCM, we want to deploy anything to client machine means we need to distribute it to the distribution point. That's it. So management point, when it will be done, while we are distributing any content, management point will act like it will send the policies and it will receive the messages in the back end. It will not be visible. If we want to do it fastly means for a quick installation, we can send policies from SCCM to client machine directly. Okay, that will be like a refresh in our systems. We are refreshing the content, right? Like that we can do. We can check, we can send policies. Okay, and what SUP will do? SUP was integrated in SCCM for to get the software updates, patches and all from the SCCM. Okay, so this is the thing.
Create a free account. Okay, the mail ID and the passwords now and all what you are creating, it should be, unique, like, I mean, like password at 123, welcome at 123, like that. It should be very normal face. Otherwise, now and all what we are creating, it should be like that. Okay, so just try to, I mean, save that email ID and the password. So your Outlook account is getting ready. So just make it to bookmark, add it to your favorites. Start free was there, right? Yes. So yes, use another account which you have created now for Outlook. You can add it to favorites, because till now, I mean from now we are just using this Microsoft Azure only. We'll create a virtual machines here, and we'll create all the things, all the four virtual machines we'll create now. And we'll be creating four virtual machines. Like one is for domain, which will have all the forest information, user information, and computer information, security updates as well. And second thing, we'll create a database. As we discussed, we required a database called SQL server. And the third thing, we required an SCCM server to set up our SCCM console. Okay, all the activities will which we are doing, it will be from SCCM server only. So because we are installing our SCCM console in that. And the fourth virtual machine would be the Windows 10 client machine. So whatever the things we are going to deploy in the application, operating system, or whatever it may be, patches, we are going to deploy into that Windows 10 machine only. So for these reasons, we are creating these four virtual machines. And you can see in the notification bar in the Microsoft Azure, there they have sent 14,500 credit. Okay, so it is the remaining things. Microsoft is giving our free credit of 14,500. Just go to create virtual machine. Azure virtual machine. Yes, here we are going to give some things here. So let me tell you what are the things we are going to give. So here the subscription would be the free trial, as we are availing the free trial from Azure. So the resource group would be one resource. It all the virtual missions will go under one resource group. So we'll just create a resource group. You can type it as SSCM underscore training. Yes, so that is the resource group. So all the resources will come, I mean all these virtual machines will come under that resource group. Okay, under that network, nothing but. So virtual machine name, you can enter as domain. We have to create four virtual machines, right? So first one will create domain. Yes. And in the region we have to select, like before selecting this region, you can scroll down there. Not there, you can, no, not in the regions. Available options and all these things are there, right? You can scroll down once. Yes, before that we will select image. Image will just yes, in the image we have to select one server, right? Like Windows Server 2016 data center generation 2, you can select. Because some images and some, you know, the CPUs will not be available in some regions. That's why we are just selecting these things. Just you have selected it, right? 2019 only you have selected, right? You can select 2019 for the updated version. Yes. And the size would be, you can go to size. Size was nothing but the hard disk I mean the CPU size. You can select standard disk 1 v2 and CPU 3.5 GB. You can select first one. Yes. So yeah, it fun Fine, and you can now you can go to uh, the region. You can go to region. Yes. Now we have to check for the region, in which region it was available. You can select that UAE North is available or not. You can check. Only those regions are available there.
These are available.
Okay. Okay. You can select South Africa North because one of my participant was availing that South Africa North. Okay, cool. So all the image and the size would are having in the South Africa North, right? So that this virtual machines, what we are creating now, it will be under the data center. Okay. So sometimes these data centers will not be available. What we have selected image and disk size.
So,
So yes. So you can see the price also.
6,500.
Size how much it is costing around for 1 month like that. Yes. So next you can enter your credentials, password. You have to create your password, I mean username and password for this domain. Yes, you should remember this password and username. Okay, just copy and paste those username and passwords in your notepad, so it will be helpful for later. For all the virtual missions we'll be creating the same username and password. So for all these virtual machines, we'll be using the same username and the same password. Okay, so we have to remember that one. So you can click next. Yes, you can click next. So in the disk option, nothing was there. You can click next, networking. So now what we are creating missions, it will be under this virtual network. You can see SCCM underscore training hyphen VNet. So in that virtual network only all these virtual machines will be available under those virtual network. So you can make a note of that one also, SCCM underscore training hyphen VNet. No, you can go to preview, I mean previous tab.
Previous
Oh,
one.
this tab is you can stay on the networking only. So no need to touch in subnet and public IP. Public IP should be in the static. Why? Because it will be on. No, you can create one. You can create new. So if we keep it on dynamic, it will keep on changing the public IP address. So now what we will do, we'll keep it as yes, we'll keep it as in static. No need of entering anything over there. So you can keep it on static. It's already in static, right?
It's already static.
Available zones are only supported on standard indicators. We have created new one, right? Just cancel that one and we'll create new one. We'll check this. Just create new one. Okay, might be that region what we have selected. It was different, might be. Yeah, okay, no worries. Static, right? Yeah, you can click OK, and nothing has to be changed. You can click review plus create. So there you can see uh, it is charging around 8.8616 INR per hour. So whenever you are using this domain in a day, from then for each hour it is going to start 8.8616 INR per hour in from your local currency, which Microsoft has credited 14,500 is there, right?
Yeah.
So from there it will charge. Okay, what we have to do is whenever we are not using this lab setup, we have to stop from there. I mean, stop from this Microsoft Azure only. Okay, and we can create another one. Okay, we'll wait for the deployment process. Let it complete. Then we will create another one. So you can go to that search bar and just type virtual machines over there. In this top side one search bar is there, right? Over there. Yes, yes, the virtual machines are all, yes. So now domain was created, okay, and now we have to create another one virtual machine. So another virtual machine would be database. Yes, yes, that is the resource group. So you can name it as a virtual machine name database. And the region was already selected, that is the reason, right? No, already it was selected, right? The same reason
Yes,
for
yes.
before also,
Yeah, same reason.
domain also, right?
Yes.
So we have to select image, same, this is also a server, right? So Windows Server 2019. So this is the same disk, right, what we have selected before.
Yeah, same disk.
Yeah, fine. So you can create your username and password. So you can go to next disk. So next you can go to networking. This virtual network, that is the one, it is already selected defaultly, and the public IT we have to create new. It is also on static. Let's do one thing, just go to back, I mean just go back in the previous, just go to previous. Yes, it's just on, just change another region, just change to another region. Okay, no, no, just drop down, I mean previous, just go to previous. Yes, yes, you can go to network, just go to, yeah, public IP. It shows the same, right? So you can go to previous, we will check one by one whether all data centers are getting same or not. No, go to previous. Initially we have to check whether those images, server and server image, those are available or not. Yes, it is available. Okay, then go next, then go directly to networks. The same we have to create another virtual machine for for SCCM. In enter your credentials. Just check this public IP in this there also. Yes, you can go to review plus create. Nothing has to change. VD is under process. You can create for another thing like Windows 10 will create now.
Same virtual machine.
Yes, in this virtual machine only.
The name is Windows 10.
Yeah, name would be you can give Windows 10 because it is a client machine, right? So we'll just maybe name it as Windows 10, and in the image you can select. Before and all we have created servers, right? Now we have to
Servers.
create operating system of Windows 10 Pro version. Yes, that is the one. 21H2 we can create. Yes, yeah, with the same disk space. After entering your credentials, just before going to next tab, in the downside you can see license column will be there. So you have to check that license box. Yes, we have to confirm that license because we are using Windows 10 image, right? So you can go to next, you can go to networking. So it is under same virtual network. So this is also in static.
Started.
Yes, you can go, you can review plus create, you can choose. No, actually currently it is running, right? So
Yeah.
whenever we want to start, then we will start that one. Whenever if you
Okay.
do, I mean, if you are not using the lab means, we can select that one, and in the top side you can see start stop things were there. So
Okay.
yes, you can select that one and you can stop if you stop, or otherwise if it is running stage means it is going to charge from your local currency which was credited from Microsoft.
Oh,
Okay, so if you are not using means we have to just stop that one. We need some remote desktop connection. Okay, you can download to access these virtual machines. So now we will configure this one. Now it was created, right? You can see the location of the data center and everything was same. Okay, and the IP
yeah.
addresses we are having and the operating system we are having. Okay, so these are the things, and you can go to start and check remote desktop connection, launch that one. now what we have to do is we have to add all these missions here, all these virtual missions here, and you can go to files there, and you can choose new. So we have to make it one container. So under these containers, these all virtual missions will be there. So we'll take it as SCCM lab, the container name. Okay, you can save. So just right click there and add server. So we are just adding the server, and the server name we have to add there was the IP address. There we are having IP address in the virtual missions, right? Yes.
We have four different.
You can, yeah, four different IP address. So yeah, just you can make any one. I mean, all we have to add, right? So yeah, copy that one and paste it there. And the display name, that is for database, right? You can make it as database. And yeah, database. Just a moment. Okay. And go to logon credentials. So you can add it now. Later we will change logon credentials. So the server was added. Same similarly, we will right click on SCM lab and we'll add server. And domain, that is domain, right?
Yeah.
We'll just add, and similarly SCCM as well. Which we have created while creating virtual missions. So we'll add the same username and password in their remote desktop connection only. Just right click on the database and go to properties, and you can see logon credentials, and you have to uncheck that inherent from parent. Yes, now you can connect and check. You can double click on database, so it will be logged in. Yes, do not ask me again. You can check that box and click on yes. So similarly, you can check for the remaining also whether it is connecting to the virtual machine or not. Yes, it is connecting database. Similarly, you can check for domain. So all the virtual machines are connecting, right? So all the
Yes, sir.
virtual machines are working now. So we'll do like just go to files over there. Yes, and save all. You can check save all. So we are just saving the things. So whenever you are opening and you are performing any task or anything in the in this virtual missions, you have to save it before closing it. Okay, so it should be there, otherwise it will not save the content what we have changed. Okay, so yeah, this is for today's. And yeah, if you want to close, you already saved it, right? So you can
Yes,
minimize
sir.
this one and you can, yes, you can minimize this one and you can go to virtual missions. And if you want to stop, just select all. Yes, you can stop there. So when the moment, if you, yeah, you can click yes. And the moment you do this process, it is going to stop all the missions. So whenever if you want to open, whenever if you want to work on these virtual missions, you can go there and you can go to virtual missions and you can start here. Then you can open in remote desktop connection. So see now, you have stopped here, right? So after some time, when the status was into stop mode, when you open remote desktop, everything was disconnected. You can see there, everything will be disconnected. We are going to install SQL server, right, on today,
Yes. Yes.
on database server. So for that we need to install some prerequisite. There will be some prerequisites for SQL server. So one will be, firstly we have to install .NET 3.5 on our database server. Okay, and later on we need to install. We'll just go to database. Just, yeah, we are in database. Fine. Just you can open, yeah, server manager. Just open command prompt in this database. Then type who am I. No, don't give space without don't provide space and just type like it is. Yes, there you can see our currently is SCM lab and slash SQL admin. So that is the one. And so yes, this is the fine. And you can type host name. just yes, database. So
database.
yes, now it is fine, both are. Now we are opening with database account, database thing, and we are opening with SQL admin account, so it is fine. Just make a note of it, okay? Like SCM lab slash host name, like who am I, like SCM lab slash SQL admin. We have to enter it, these words actually. Just make a note of it, okay? In the same database is in case sensitive, right? So we have to enter the same how it was. Just make a note of it, okay? Just close this command prompt and we'll go to server manager. Yes, fine. So just go to local server. Yes, you can see it is in database computer name, and it is in domain scmlab.com.
Permission lab.
And just go to manage. You can see manage over there, right top.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, and you can check like add roles and features, and you can click next. We are going to install here, right? We have to add some roles and features here. So yes, you can click next, and there you can see database scmlab.com. This is our site, so you can click next. So here we have to select our thing, I mean the role we have to select here. So here no, this is role. Now we are going to select a feature, right? So we will select .NET 3.5. It will be in features. We can click next. I'm just searching, it is not available or not. Yes, you can see .NET 3.5. Yes, you can select and you can click next and install that one. No need of getting, just install. So this .NET 3.5 is going to install in the SQL server, which is a prerequisite for installing SQL database. And just type like HTTP colon slash slash tinyurl.com slash, you can type it in caps SQLDB 2016. Just hit enter. So yes, here it is. So yes, download. Click on download. Download anyway. Yes, you can save it in folder. In the meantime, we can open the server manager, whether it is installed or not. We'll check. Yes, we can see feature installed.
Succeeded.
Yeah, close. We can close this one. Yes, it was installed. So just this .NET 3.5 role also installed, right?
Yeah, stop.
Yeah. So just close this one and close Internet Explorer as well. We have to perform restart in this SQL admin, so SQL server. So yes, we can perform restart. So why we are performing a restart means because we are adding adding a role or feature anything. If you are adding to any server or things, we have to perform a restart to get the registries done in the server.
Okay.
So next we have to perform like yeah, we are going to the install that SQL admin SQL server. Yes, you can open the file which we have downloaded and right click on that and mount. Mounting means we are virtually inserting the disk. It is an ISO image, right? So we are internally inserting the disk without inserting any. Previously if we are having previous laptops we are having a disk drive called,
And try.
right? So nowadays we are inserting internally, virtually we are inserting the disk. So we can click open. So there you can see one file called setup.exe. Let me show you. In the a setup file is there, right? That is the one.
Yes.
Yes, that is the one. Just open that one. Here we have the window, and if you select installation, yes, we need to set up a new SQL Server standalone installation, right? We will select that
Yeah.
one. So we don't have product key, right? So we'll
No
proceed
problem.
with this with evolution. We can click next, and yes, accept the terms and conditions. So you can see everything was passed, and one status firewall, Windows firewall is getting a warning message.
What?
Since it is a warning message, so no need of getting worried. You can click next. So here we have to choose some features like database engine services. Just select that one, and you can see the description of that service, what it will do actually, the configuration and operation of each instance feature of a SQL server instance. So what does this database engine services will do? we have to choose another thing, reporting services native. So we need to choose reporting services. Why? Because we can then we can store all the reports in the database. Okay, so for that's the reason we are just selecting. In these feature selections, yes, no need of do anything, only database engine services and reporting services. And first one is for database engine services for the SQL server, and second one feature is for the storing report, and you can click next. So here we can see the instance ID through which we can connect to the database. So that is the default installed instance ID, no need of creating anything. You can click next. Yes, here we have, these are the four services which we get added to this server. These are the local accounts. Actually we need to enter our domain account, I mean our this SQL account. So these are the, since it is the default accounts and it will be provided by the Microsoft. So to get rid of that, we have already local account server, right? So we
SQL
will
admin.
enter that local account, like before we I asked you to make a note, SCCM lab
Yes,
slash
yes.
SQL admin.
SQL admin.
Yeah, we have to enter that one in all of the three in
In the
SQL
account
server.
name.
Yes, in that just select that one and you can remove that account name. Since it is a local account which will be provided by Microsoft, so we are having a server, right? So that's why
Yes.
we are entering our server name. And similarly, remaining in the SQL server, database engine, and reporting services as well. So all these services will be in the this SQL admin. It will register here. So that's why, since it is having the default and local account, so everyone can view and everyone can make a write of it. So that's why we are creating by our own. We have already SQL admin, right? So that's why we can get no need of creating server browser. And the passwords we have to keep for the SQL admin. Which password we have kept, that password we have to enter up here in all the three sessions. No, just before that, just go to SSM account, server service account. Just before going to collision, we have to keep like the startup type is there, right? It is in manual. Since when it is in manual, we have to keep it in, we have to make it in automatic. Why? Because while every time if it is in manual means, every time when we are opening this SQL server, it has to we have to enter all the credentials and all. So if it is in automatic, so it will start up automatically. So just go to collision in the top server account beside. So here the database language it is. So this is the Microsoft, it recommends this language. So since it is defaultly it was there, this is the language we need to work on it. So if it is not there means we have to customize this one, and we have to select this language, SQL underscore Latin 1 underscore general underscore CP1 underscore C1 underscore yes. This is the language we have to select. This is the SQL language. So yes, no problem, you can go back to service accounts. We can go next. So here it is asking the mode of the authentication. So we are going to use Windows authentication mode only, no need of having mixed things. So we'll domain account only. Then there is an option like my mixed mode SQL server authentication and Windows authentication, no need of getting mixed mode. So we have to add the user, just click on add current user. So you can see the SQL admin is having read and write permission here in the SQL server. So this user will have the read and write permission in the SQL server what he wants to perform anything. Similarly, we need to add an SCCM guy also, right? So SCCM server admin also has to get read and write permission. So we will add, just click on add, just click on add there, and just enter SCCM admin and check names. Yes, click OK. So now we are adding one more user which is called SCCM admin. So he is also having the read and write permission on SQL server. So other if we not adding this one, we are unable to add SCCM. If you are not adding SCCM admin here, so we are unable to install SQL in SCCM server. So there will be no interconnection there. So that's why we make sure we have to add this one. So that's why we have added. So we can click next. So install and configure, that is the fine, and we can go next. So this is the summary and we can install it now. So it will take more time actually. So it will take somewhere around 10 to 15 minutes to install this one. So yes, what we have done so far, installed, we have installed a feature called .NET 3.5 on SQL server, and later on what we have done, we have downloaded the SQL server database, and we have installed this one, and in that one also we have installed a feature called database engine service and remote reporting services. So these two features will be installed in that one, and later on it's in the installation process. So these two things we have performed today, and let it install, it will take 15 to 20 minutes might be. We can see it was succeeded. Just scroll down whether we can see everything was successfully installed or not. Yes, everything was successfully installed. So we can close this one. Yes, we can close this installation center as well. So just go to start and close this one as well. Just go to start, and there you can see MS SQL Server 2016, and yes, you can drop down and you can see reporting services, configuration, SQL Server, configuration manager. So these all the things were installed. Okay. So next, what we have to do, we have to install. You know, to access this SQL, we have to install a console, right? Similarly, we are having a console for SCCM. So similarly, we are having a console for SQL as well. So to access the reporting purpose, to generate reports and everything, to work on SQL, we should require a console. So to install that console, just open Internet Explorer. We'll install again, like we'll type http dot tinyurl.com slash and caps SQL std. Yes, enter. Yes, SMS. Okay, just right click on that and choose run as administrator. You can click on yes, yes, and install that one. So there you can see this database, and you can click on database. You can expand that one, databases. Yes, actually these are the things, report server and database and everything. So actually these will be performed, uh, these are the things which we are, for example, if we install SCCM server, then if we have to integrate into SQL, right? So far we didn't we didn't install any SQL SCCM server, right? So that's why we are not integrating here now. So once we create SCCM server, then we will integrate here. So now we'll do one thing, we'll just go to database at the top which it was selected. Just right click on that. Yes, right click, go to properties, and here we have to manage the memory and go to memory session. The why we need to manage the memory means Microsoft recommends somewhere around 8 GB of memory, 8 GB, or minimum 8 GB of memory we should reserve. So Microsoft is recommending that one. So to get enough space of generating reports, and to get good communication between SCM server and SQL server, so for that one we need to store minimum 8 GB of memory for SQL server. I mean SQL console purpose, reporting purpose. So we need to enter like 8 GB means it is in MB. So we have to enter 8192. 8192 is 8 GB, right? So that's why we are entering minimum 8 GB, and maximum we will enter like 10 GB. So 10240. So in the real time, in the production environment, it will be more like 20 GB, 10 GB minimum and 20 GB maximum, or 20 GB minimum and 40 GB maximum, like based on the system capacity of that organization. These will be looked after by the SQL admins and the system architects. So these memory should be Microsoft is recommending this one, and we can click OK. So we have reduced this one. So we have to provide admin rights to this one. So we'll give admin rights. So so far this configuration in SQL management studio was fine, and you can pin it to taskbar and just go to start and enter like computer management. Just search like computer management. Just open that one, and there you can see local, expand local users and groups, and open groups, and just go to administrators, and add. We have to add the account like object type. I mean enter object type. No, not here.
Okay, okay.
Yes, choose computers and click on OK. So we have to integrate our SCM server into SQL, right? So our SCM server name is SCCM.
SCCM.
Just type SCCM. Yes, in that block only, just type SCCM. Check names.
SCCM admin.
There is some delay in your screen. That's why I'm not. Anything came or not?
Actually, window came multiple names found. One is SCCM and the other one is SCCM admin.
SCCM. Just type SCCM at the top. First one we have to select and click OK. Now you can see our SCM uh, lab. I think it is also having the SQL access. So this admin rights were there for this. So next we can apply and click OK. Yes, we can close this one. So you can close this database console as well. Here we can see this is our console, and it will here only we are going to work. Okay, so the main thing was you can see the below there are 5 tabs were there. Okay,
Yeah.
for each tab, if you click on each tab, that each tab complete settings will be displayed in the top side. Okay,
Okay.
so when it comes to asset and compliance, in assets and compliance we will have all the users information, all the devices which are listed in our company, and the collections are nothing but to deploy anything we need to create a collection first, and we are going. What is collection means? In the collection there will be a separate list of devices or users will be available in that collection. For example, if you want to deploy a group multiple number of people like 100 or 1000 or whatever it may be, if you want to deploy software or operating system or any patches to those people, we will create a collection. In that collection we can add n number of people into that collection, and we can deploy from there itself. So that is the collections we are having. And in the assets and compliance there will be all the things we're having. And in software library we are having all the softwares which are related to our company or anything, the applications or packages, and the operating systems and the software updates are nothing but patches. Okay, these all things will be available in software library. And in monitoring we are having alerts. We can generate an alerts, or we can create a maintenance window, or we can create a queries like reporting and the site system and the hierarchy. All the things will be available in monitoring, and the deployment status and everything. And if it goes to administration, in administration generally all the, I mean, console related information, site related information, everything will be available in administration. Okay, all the client settings, distribution, management point, everything will be uh, related to administration. Everything will be in it. We like documentation related to this Microsoft console. So any queries or any doubts if you are having, we can get it from here. Like this is a documentation purpose. Okay, and mostly we will use assets and complaints, software library, monitoring and administration. We will work on these four tabs on that. This fifth tab is related to only documentation purpose. So some links will be there. If you want any doubts, if you are having any doubts or anything, we can check it from here. Okay, some documentation will be there from the Microsoft. And if we goes to top at this top, one blue icon is there, right beside search. Can you drop down? Yes, we can see about configuration manager. If we click on that, we'll we can will able to know that what is our configuration manager version. Currently we are using 2103 version. Okay, which means it was released on 2021
March 20.
that is the current branch of that one. Generally we will call it as versions, but according to our terminology we'll call it as current branch. Okay, so this is the overview of this console. So when it comes to, so initially we have created our console everything. So to get started, so we required devices and users into our console, right? So far if you can see in assets and complaints, in users and devices there will be no devices. Defaulted 2 or 3 devices will be created, that's it. Remaining devices, virtual machines like domain, database, SCCM and Windows 10, these 4 machines will not be there. If you can see, if you go to assets and complaints and devices, there will be nothing. So and the users also, we don't have anything. Some default users will be there. So to get all the user information, everything into our console means we need to perform a task. That task is related to discovery methods. Okay, discovery methods, the name itself it is saying that discovering, we are discovering the things from active directory to our SCCM console. Okay, here you can see we have some pictorial idea, like in active directory domain we are having all the user informations, right? Domain informations, forest information, systems, security groups, right? So whatever, as we discussed, whatever we are creating in domain, if you want to create any user, we are creating it from active directory domain, right? Or if you are creating any device, we are creating it from active directory domain, right? So everything is related to domain only. So everything, whatever we want to perform any task or whatever we want to perform anything, it is related to active directory domain only, right? So in active directory domain only we are creating everything, like all the users, domains, forest, systems and securities. Okay, you can see if we add any user in this active directory, it will automatically happen that for example these 5 types are the discovery methods. Sorry, not these 5, actually we are having these 6 discovery methods are there. What are those? Active directory forest discovery, active directory system discovery, forest discovery. In if we enable this forest discovery, all the forest related information, complete forest related information will be there in the this forest discovery method. If we enable that one, it will come from the active directory to our SCCM console.
SCCM
You
console.
can yes, you can go to administration, and in that administration you can see hierarchy configuration. Okay, in that hierarchy configuration there will be, if you drop down that one, there will be discovery methods. There you can see all these 6 type of discovery methods. One is active directory forest discovery. It will come all the, for if we enable this one, all the forest related information will be in our console. And if you enable system discovery, all the systems will be come from active directory to our SCCM. And if you enable active directory user discovery, all the users will come from active directory domain to our SCCM console. And group discovery, all the security groups what we have talking about, it will come from active directory domain to our SCCM console. And heartbeat discovery is nothing but when the user was currently logged in, okay, last logged in, and whether the user is active or not, whether the user client installed or not, everything will come from heartbeat discovery.
Okay.
If you enable that one, by default it will be an enabled only. And network discovery, for example, in our company, if you are having any, you know, printers, like printers and like these kind of applications will be there, like, right, some appliances like printers, networking machines, like those things will comes under network discovery. Okay. If you are having any printers and any such kind of requirements, then only will enable this one, or else will not enable this one. So what it will happen, these six types are there in our discovery method. So what these six will do, we have discussed. So actually, if we add any user in active directory, it will reflect in SCCM console, right? Or if you want to remove any user from SCCM console, you cannot remove directly from SCCM console. You can
Yes.
remove from active directory domain, a user or SIP device, whatever it may be. If you remove in active directory domain, then automatically it will be removed. There will be a polling scheduled time will be there. With We'll set that time while enabling this discovery methods. So based on that time, polling schedule time, it will be frequently talk to active directory, and SCCM console will frequently talk to each other. So then if we discover anything, it will, if you add anything, it will add in that time, it will talk. And if you remove anything, it will remove. Okay. So this process is called discovery of resources from active directory into SCCM. And you can check these discovery methods, and this is the path: SCCM console, administration, hierarchy, configuration, and discovery methods.
Yes.
And these are the discovery methods we are having in the discovery methods. Active directory forest discovery, these are disabled, right?
Yes.
Heartbeat, by default it will be enabled. And you can
Enable.
see our site name, primary site 1, which we have
Yes.
created
Yes.
during the installation process of SCCM console. So you can go to assets and compliance. In devices and users, there will be nothing. By default, some are created. In devices, these were created, right? So database and SCCM already we have integrated, right? So that's why it is showing, but the site code it is not
Site
showing,
code is not shown. Yes.
right? Whenever if we discover, it will show. Okay. And if we
Okay.
go to users, there will be some, and these are three devices or default devices, so we'll not use them, and it will not be
Okay.
useful. By default it will create during the site installation. And in users, by default some users and user groups will be created. We'll go to administration, and just if we will enable each discovery method, right? So
Okay.
active directory forest discovery, it was disabled. Just right click on that and go to properties, and here we can see enable active directory forest discovery. We have to check that box, and here it is showing to create active directory site boundaries when they are discovered. Automatically create IP address range boundary for IP subnet when they are discovered. Which means if we check that box, then whenever the discovery was happened, automatically it will create the boundaries. So we'll create boundaries by manually only, will not create boundaries by automatically. So that's why we will use, we will uncheck that one. And you can see the scheduled time, how frequent it has to talk to, SCCM console will talk to active directory and bring all the forest related information. How frequent it is? 1 week. So 1 week there is no problem because it is a forest related information. So nothing will be there much. When it comes to real time, it will be in different scenario. They may use according to their terms and conditions. They may use like 1 hour or 1 week or 5 days, like that they use. So this is our lab, so no worries, we'll keep it as 1 week. So we have enabled this forest discovery and we'll apply. So yes, it is asking, do you want to run full discovery as soon as possible? We want to run, which means it will automatically, now itself it will talk to active directory and it will bring the forest related information. Now it was enabled. So next was group discovery. We'll just right click on that and we'll go to properties, and there you can see we have enabled this one. Okay, so what it has to do next? So enable active directory group discovery, so we have to get the group related information. So just you can see in the downside, add down mark is there, right? Yes, there you can see groups and location. So we have to select locations, so from which location it has to come. Okay, we'll select the location and there we will name it as groups. And here we have to browse from which group it gonna take from security groups from active directory. Yes, this is our lab container, right? Active directory container. So if we are having any particular container means, then we can create, or else we are having we want to dump from all the active directory containers, so we will always choose that one. It was already selected there, so no need of selecting each and every particular group. So if you select the whole group, whole container means, so when where we have added any groups or security things, it will come automatically. So we have selected that one. We'll click OK and OK here. Yes. So you can see in the top second tab, polling schedule was there. So how frequently it has to talk to active directory to bring all the group related security groups related information. It is going to talk in every 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, every 5 minutes in the backend it is going to talk to active directory and it will bring all the security groups related information. No need of manual intervention. So we will, it is already 5 minutes is there. If you are want to increase or decrease, we can. So we will leave like that and we will click apply, and it is asking, do you want to run full discovery? Yes, as soon as possible, and we'll click OK. So now it is enabled. So next system discovery, we'll right click and go to properties, and here we have to enable this one. So enable active directory system discovery. So what it will do, it will enable this discovery and it will bring all the systems from active directory domain to our SCCM. So here we have to click on this yellow icon beside active directory. Yes, that one. So we have to select the container, right, path from where it has to be. So completely hold that and we'll select and we'll click apply OK. And click OK here, and you can go to polling schedule. Then it is also going to talk on every 5 minutes, so there is no issue. And we'll click on apply. Yes, and OK. So just right click on the system discovery. No, system discovery, just right click on that. Then just go to properties. As you can see here, it was this container was selected. Okay, fine. You can close this one. So next user discovery. So user discovery is for the users. It will bring all the
Users.
users domain to here. So we'll click on this one and we'll go to this yellow icon and we'll browse. Yes. So from this container, it will bring all the things. And if you go to polling schedule, so it is gonna talk. This is also for every 5 minutes. It is going to talk. So no problem. We'll click apply and we'll okay. So we have enabled all the things what we required, and heartbeat discovery, as we discussed, it will enable by default. Okay, so this one will be get it by default only. So network discovery, what it means whatever the printers, any apply networking appliances, so those kind of things will which are related to active directory and we want to integrate it to SCCM means, then we will enable this one. So far we don't have any such kind of appliances, right?
Yes.
So we'll not, we are going to keep like that only. So next we will go to assets and complaints and we'll see. And there you can see whenever we have, before it was no, nothing was there, right?
Yes. Yes.
Whenever we have enabled that active directory user discovery and all the users were came here, you can see some users also will be there if you scroll down. SCCM lab, that user came, and SQL, and you can see
SSM admin, SQL admin,
SCCM
Windows admin.
admin user came, and the SQL admin, Winton admin, these all users were came, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you can go to devices, and here also it came, right?
Yes.
Database and domain I
Database
mean
and
database and SCCM previously it
SSM
was there.
upgrade. Yeah.
Yes, now
Domain and
domain
Windows 10 came.
Windows 10 came, right? Why it is didn't assign site code means, whenever if we install any client to that missions, then the site code will be available. Okay, the site code when it will get, if we install client on those missions, then the site code will be available here. Why? Because they will say like these systems are related to this site code, like those kind of things will be there. So that's why we have enabled users and devices, user groups also. So all the things were available here. So next thing we have to talk about boundaries. If you go to administration, in that hierarchy only you can see boundaries. So far we don't have any boundaries, right?
Yes.
So we have to create a boundary. Boundaries are nothing but, boundary is a network location on intranet. Okay, is a network location on intranet, and there are 5 types of boundaries. Okay, we are having, I mean, by using these 5 type of boundaries, we can create boundary. By using these 5 types, we can create a boundary. Like by using active directory site name, we can create a boundary. By using IP subnet, subnet are nothing but IP address range. From IP address range,
Okay.
subnet will be generated automatically, right? So by using IP subnet, if you are having any subnet of any such, I mean, few computers are there. If you want to create a boundary, and those few computers will be on we are having like 10.256.26 dot some subnet is there, subnet mask will be there. So if you are having that subnet mask, we can create a boundary. Or else if you are
Okay.
having IP address range, we can create a boundary. By using IPv6 prefix also we can create a boundary. By using VPN boundary also we can create. So these 5 types of boundaries will be there. So basically these are like interview questions only. How many types of discovery methods are there, if anyone asks?
Okay.
So what we will do, there are 6 types of discovery methods: active directory forest discovery, active directory
System
system discovery,
discovery.
user discovery,
User
group
discovery.
discovery, heartbeat discovery, and network discovery. and how many types of boundaries we are having. We are having 5 types of boundaries. Okay, active directory site name, we can create a boundary, IP subnet, IP address range, IPv6 prefix, and VPN bound. So these are the things. For example, if you are having 10,000 devices, for example, if you are having 10,000 devices, and those 10,000 devices were in different locations. Okay, some are in Mumbai, some are in Bangalore, some are in Kerala, some are in Hyderabad. So what you gonna do? So you want to specify, I mean, in Mumbai location devices, you want to specify those. I mean, in all the Mumbai location devices, there has to be one site assignment will be there, and one boundary will be there. One boundary is required. So what it will happen if we create a boundary for all the Mumbai devices, so that Mumbai devices will talk to only that Mumbai distribution point. I mean, if you I mean, if you create a separate distribution point, or if you create a separate management point, or if you create any separate site for this location, so it will gonna talk to only that location, okay, that location only. For example, if you say about you want to, there will be some thousands of devices in your SSC. So you want to know this particular device is related to which location. Then you can see the site assignment. The site assignment is nothing but boundaries. So okay, this boundary, this device is related to this boundary. I mean, this was assigned to this site. Okay, fine. So that we can identify. So for that thing, we are creating boundaries and boundaries. Okay, boundaries for example, if we are mostly we will create boundaries by using IP address range and IP subnet mask. Okay, and for example, this is the IP address range. So 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.50. So for example, this is the IP address range. What we are gonna do? We are having like if these boundary IP address range devices are located to Mumbai location. Okay, 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.254. So what we want to do? Okay, these 255 devices are related to Mumbai location. So these 250 devices will create a boundary. Okay, and will create a boundary in Mumbai location. Okay, then after that we are having 10.0.1.1 to 10.0.1.254, and those devices are related to Bangalore location, these IP address range. So these 255 devices are related to Bangalore location. So we'll create a boundary group related to Bangalore location, and we'll assign the site over there. Okay,
Okay.
like these kind of things we have created. For example, these 4 locations we have created a boundary. Or else in Mumbai only we are talking about 10,000 devices are there complete whole. So in Mumbai it will be like 2,000 devices are there for each location. If you divide 2,000 devices, I mean 2,500 devices will be there, right? So for those 2,500 devices, how many IP address ranges will be there? One IP address range is only 255 missions. Okay, so one boundary will is only having 255 devices. Okay,
Okay.
so we'll be having around 10 boundaries
10
we require.
boundaries. Yeah.
Okay, so for those 10 boundaries, all those 10 boundaries are located to Mumbai location. So all those 10 boundaries will create into one boundary group.
Okay.
Okay, like that. So that boundary group, if we talk about boundary groups are nothing but collection of boundaries. So those 10 boundaries will be related to this boundary group. Okay, by using
Okay.
boundary groups, client can find assigned site. So client can find which site was assigned to him. I mean, which location he was assigned to there. Okay, that's what we are saying. Boundary groups are collection of boundaries. So all those 10, for example, all those 10 boundaries will create into one boundary. So collection of 10 boundaries is one boundary. Can find an assigned site. Okay, and they can locate content such as application softwares and operating system images. So they can locate, okay, I am related to this site, okay, I am
Yeah.
belongs to this site location. So they can identify and they can get the content like application softwares and operating systems. Okay, these are the things similar to Bangalore. There are 10 boundaries are there, and those 10 boundaries will create one boundary group. So like that boundary groups, there is nothing limitation is there, only boundaries will we are having limitation. Why? Because this IP address range we are having, we can add only up to 255 devices. So this is about boundaries and boundary groups. Just right click on the boundaries. So far nothing was there, right? Create a boundary, and here we have to enter the description. Like description are nothing but, okay, we can name it as some somewhere Hyderabad boundary, HYD boundary. So here we are types. As we discussed here, there are 5 types of
Five
boundaries are
types.
there. By using these 5 types, we can create a boundary. Now we are going to create by using IP address range.
Network address.
Yes. So mostly we will use IP address and IP subnet. Okay.
Okay.
Most of the companies will use that one. And if you use IP, just you can click on types. You can go to IP subnet means there we have to enter the network and the subnet mask and the subnet ID. If we are
Subnet ID.
if we created, we can get. And if you drop down that one, and if you go to IPv6, we have already disabled, right, previously. So
Yes.
nothing
Starting.
is there.
Yes. Yes.
Starting we have disabled.
Yeah.
So VP active directory site. If you click on that one, there based on the site name, we can create a boundary. Okay, most of the organization, 95% or 99% organizations, they will create only IP address range or IP subnet mask. Okay, so here to create to create boundary by using IP address, we require IP addresses, right? So we
Yes.
don't know what are the IP address
Okay.
which are related to our devices. So what we have to do, we have to go to our Microsoft Azure portal. So there you can see, if you click on database, so no, that is the public IP address. Just a moment. So just go to search in the top and search virtual networks. So this is our virtual network, right?
Yes.
Initially we have created. Just click on that one. So just scroll down. No, not here. This side. Just go to connected devices here in the settings. These are the devices which are connected, right? So there we can see domain, database, and
SCCM
our
and Windows 10.
Windows 10. and you can see the IP addresses also.
Yeah.
So what are the IP address are there? 10.0.0.4.
0.04.
So 0.567. So this
7.
4 to 7 was there. So we are going to create, by using this IP address, we are going to create a boundary.
Okay.
So okay, just to minimize this one, and anyhow 456. Okay, no worries. So just we have to enter 10.0.0. Just we'll enter 1, or else 4, no problem. We can enter 4 because starting from 4, right? And
Yeah.
10.0 dot and up to 7 are there. So we can
Yes.
enter 7, or else we can enter like 100. You can enter also 100. Like why? Because why I'm saying is, in future if we add any mission, automatically that IP address range will be created, right? Or else
Yes.
networking team of SCP team will create this IP address. Okay.
Okay.
So these IP address, if they created in the same location, for example, up to 7 are there. We are having up to 7. So in
Okay.
future, if they add any new mission and they have created like number IP address range is 10.0.0.8, at that time what it will happen? It might add that one. Okay, and the device
Okay.
might add automatically into this boundary.
Okay.
Okay, got it. So if the
Yeah.
networking team or DHCP team, if they add any new device and they assign the IP address range, like now 7 are there, if they assign like 10.0.0.8, then automatically it will add into this boundary the device. If we have added like this, and if we go to boundary groups in the top, so far no boundary groups were there. We didn't create boundary groups also. Okay, so not required of now. So we'll go to general. So this is the thing, and if we'll click apply and okay,
Yeah.
so now boundary was created. You can see at what time it was created, and you can see group count. So far we don't have any groups. I mean, this
Yes.
boundary is not related to any boundary group. So here we have to create a boundary group, and we have to add in that boundary group, we have to add this boundary. So we'll just go to boundary group, and we'll right click on that one, and here we'll name it as Hyderabad boundary group, H4D boundary group. So here we can add in the top which boundaries you want to add here. So here we can add that one. There you can see if you are having more number of boundaries in your group in the boundaries. So far we are having only one boundary, right? If you
Yes.
are
Yes.
having more than one or two or something, whatever it may be, if you are having means those all boundaries will be listed here.
Okay.
Okay. So far we are having only one boundary, so that's why one boundary was listed here. So we want to add this boundary in this boundary group. Okay, that's what we have added. And if we go to references over there, no, don't click apply. If we go to references over there, so for this boundary, I mean this boundary group, to which site it has to assign, we have to
Okay.
highlight this. So in previously we have discussed like user has to know to which site he has, I mean pointed to which site he was assigned, to which site he wants to know. So that's why we are going to assign his, I mean these boundaries, and this boundary group is related to, if we assign any boundary group to any site, then automatically all these users in that boundary group will be assigned to that site. For example, if we create a different boundary, and if you are this same boundary, and if you want to create a different boundary group, if you want to add the same boundary into different boundary group also, it will be possible.
Okay.
Okay, so this boundary can add into a different boundary group into different location also. So that what it will happen, this boundary group boundary users can also assign to that site also.
Okay.
Okay, so no problem, nothing will happen like that. Okay, so this is our primary site, PS1 Indian
Yeah.
primary site, India primary site server. So it is going to assign to this site. Okay,
Okay.
it is going to assign these boundaries, and all the users inside this boundary and these boundary groups will pointing and will get assignment of this site only. And here we have to add this site server, to which site server he has to check. So here we are having two site servers are there, one is database and one is SCCM. So which site server he wants to take the data? Okay, obviously he wants to take the data from SCCM only,
SCCM.
right? So we'll check that one and we'll click OK. So here, so you can go to general. So what here it is happening, so all the computers listed from this boundary group like 10.0.0.4 to 10.0.0.100,
Okay.
all these computers will be in this boundary group. And if you go to references, and in this boundary group all the users will talk to this site assignment, and they will find this site, and this site servers they will take all the content. Okay, so this is what happening, and if you click apply and then OK, so, so now it was completed. So Hyderabad boundary group is having one site system count, and if you go to boundaries, there it was group count 1, right? You can select this one and go to properties. Yes, so we can find like which boundary, you can go to boundary group tab at the top. So it was
Okay.
in this boundary group, right? Or else if you want to, we can add from in these boundaries only, we can add from this only, but only to get a clear idea, we went to boundary groups and we have added there. Okay, or else we can, if you want to add this boundary into another boundary group, so we can click on add and we can add from it from here also.
Okay.
Okay, so these things. So, and the next thing was, so far we have discussed about discovery methods and the boundary groups as well. So next thing we will discuss about site roles, site system roles. So in the administration, if we goes to this site configuration, yes you can yes, you can go to site configuration. There you can see sites and servers and site
Servers
system
and
roles.
site system.
Yes, so here we are having two servers, right, which are integrated to
Database.
SCCM.
Yes.
One is database and one is our SCCM. And for
Yes.
these two, previously before we have discussed it, like we are having 12 site system roles. In that 12 we are
Yes.
having
Yes.
distribution point, management point, and
Management
all.
point.
Yes, another software update point is also there. So we have to check whether how many roles are present in that one, and whether the software update point role is assigned to our SCCM or not. Software
Okay.
update point role is used for to take all the
Patches.
patches Microsoft server to WSUS, from there to our SCCM. So we'll just, in the database, how many roles are there? 3 roles are there. You can
3
see in the
rows.
down, these 3 roles are created defaultly. One is component server, site
Site
database server, and
database.
site.
Site system.
And if you go to SCCM, there it was assigned to 7 roles. Okay, there you can see in the down 7 roles are there. One is distribution point is all defaultly created, management point, service
Management point,
connection
service
point.
connection point, site server, site system, and SMS provider.
Yes. So we are not having this software update point.
Software update point.
We have to create a software update point now.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
we have to add, like, just right click on the, yes, just right click and just add a site system role. So here we have to is general thing, which is the name of this one, and specify an FQDN is nothing but fully qualified domain for this site system role. Okay, and no need of checking these things, you can go next. And no need of checking here also, you can go next. And here we have to choose software update point. Yes, there it is the description in the below. A software update point integrates with Windows Server, which means WSUS, to provide software updates to configuration manager clients. So we have selected that one and we'll go next. So these are the ports. So before, while deploying inbound ports and outbound ports, we have enabled these ports, right?
Yes, yes.
So why we have enabled these ports also we have discussed to get
Yes.
to get communication from, like, some ports are related to remote desktop connection, some ports are related to I mean this communication between SQL and SCCM, and some ports are related to get the patches. So these are the thing. So no need of selecting system ports 85302 here. Windows, WSS configuration. Yes, it was selected. So all our communication computers are on intranet, right?
Yes,
So it
internet.
was selected all intranet only and client.
Client connections.
So we'll select that one only. It is on all our computers are on intranet. So no need of doing anything. We'll go next. So if WSUS is installed in a separate account means, here we have to select this one and here we have to assign that separate server. So far we are integrating in our SCCM only, right? So no need of
Yes.
selecting this. So we'll go next. And the synchronization source. So this WSUS will gonna talk to Microsoft Update Server, and that synchronization. So we'll go next, no need of selecting. It was already selected like synchronization from Microsoft Updates.
Yes.
So we'll go next, and here synchronization setting. So enable that one, enable synchronization on schedule. And here we have to uh, set the schedule, like how frequent the synchronization has to be happened from WSUS SUP to Microsoft. So it is gonna happen on 7 days. Every 7 days, this is going to talk to Microsoft Update Server. Okay, in the backend, this process will be gone on backend. So okay, every 7 days it will talk in the backend. So it is fine. So here in the bottom,
Alert
allowed
when
when
synchronization
synchronization
fails
fails.
on each site manager.
Yes. This alert is related to if synchronization gets fails means we'll get an alert like the synchronization is getting failed. So then we'll go to logs and we'll check the logs. So we have to enable this
Okay.
one. So we'll get notification like if any malfunction has happened.
Okay.
So we'll go next. So here select behavior for software update that are superseded. Superseded are nothing but the outdated updates. Okay,
Okay.
if any outdated updates are there in our I mean from Microsoft update server, for example if you are having some certain three devices are there, so these three devices we require some patching required, so all the updates will come from there. So from there we have to filter the superseded. Okay, if we filter
Okay.
that superseded, I mean what are the updates are outdated for this PCs, three PCs, so it will not be there. So that is nothing but a superseded. So here we have to select immediate expires as superseded software updates. Just select that one, first one. So if we select this one, immediately it will expire as superseded feature update. Okay, and second one also superseded behavior for feature updates. One is for updates other than feature updates, and another is for feature updates,
Feature
right?
updates.
So feature updates also we have to check immediately expires as well.
Okay.
And we'll go next. And here remove obsolete updates from the WSS server
WSS database.
database. I mean we have to select the last one, so it is gonna remove the obsoleted updates from the WSS database. So we'll go next. So here this is the maximum runtime, and this is the maximum runtime for the Windows updates and everything. So what is this is the feature updates, and this is non-feature updates. This is the maximum time, and 120 minutes is the maximum time for feature updates, and 160 minutes is maximum time for non-feature
Non-feature
updates
updates.
or O365 updates. Okay, so this is the time. So within this time, if it is not updated or not synchronized, not configured means, so automatically it will get fail. If this time will get exceeded means it will automatically gets failed and the mission will get aborted. Okay, so this was recommended by Microsoft, which is 120 minutes and 60 minutes. This is the maximum time. The minimum time will be around 2 or 3 4 minutes, that's it. So within
Okay.
that time it will automatically synchronize everything. So
Okay.
that's why they have kept maximum like 120 and 60. So
Okay.
we'll leave like that. This was recommended by Microsoft, and we can increase or decrease as we require.
Okay.
Okay, so we leave like that, and we'll go next. So here download update files, download full files for all approved updates, download both full files for all approved updates and expires installation file for Windows. So we have to select second one, download both full files for all approved updates and expires installation express installation files for Windows 10. So both things will be updated here. Okay, so we'll have selected and we'll go next. And here we have to select. So
Okay.
what are the updates we required from the Microsoft update server? So there are these type of updates every month Microsoft will release. So in this what we have to select, there are critical updates, definition updates, feature updates, security updates, services packs, tools, update back, roll-ups, updates and
And
upgrades.
upgrades.
So here we don't require all of these things because since we are in a lab, right? So we don't require all of these things. We'll require only critical updates and security updates. So we'll select both of them. Why we are selecting this critical and security means, since it is required for even if it is in lab also, it is required to get rid of some bugs. Okay, So that's in organization real time they may select, they are having some different criteria based on the, okay, they might select feature updates as well, but the critical updates and security updates are required, must and should. Okay,
Okay.
rest as per their recommendation and their criteria, and we have selected both and we'll go next.
What about this one include Microsoft service drivers and firmware updates?
Not required that one.
Okay.
Drivers, I mean, driver packs will be there, right,
Okay.
for each, so those things if you required, so it will come from the Microsoft, like, so here the products, what type of products we required, I mean what type of products we required the updates. So since we are having only Windows Server and Windows 10, right, so it should be Windows, just go to Windows, expand that one, and here we are having Windows 10 and servers and everything, right? So according what it will happen if we select whatever in our organization, if you are having Windows 10, Windows 7 and Windows servers 2012 or something, it might be based on
Okay.
our criteria, we will select here the products. So based on this selection, all the updates will be come from Microsoft only based on this product selection,
Okay.
or else if you select everything, so everything will come from the Microsoft. Okay,
Okay.
if we select whatever we have, then only it will come, whatever we required it will come from the Microsoft.
Okay.
So here we are having Windows 2019 server and Windows 10, right? So here we have to select, one is Windows 10.
There is no Windows 90 server.
So Windows Server 2019 was not there.
No.
So might be, it might be add in different way. So no worries about that. Already we have selected Windows 10, right? So
Yeah.
no problem. Currently it might be not there. Later on it might appear. So we have selected already Windows 10, right?
Yes, we have selected.
So whenever it gets connected to Microsoft update server, it will gonna update automatically, then we can see this Windows 29 server. So no problem. So we'll go next. In the language, on which language the product has to be there, I mean that update has to be there, by default it is in English language. So we'll go next, and this is the summary we have done, and we can go next. So here it was done successfully. We have this. We have added this site system.
Yes.
Okay, we can close this one. So now you can refresh. You can select that one and you can refresh. Now it was updated to 8, right? So the software
Yes.
update role was updated.
Yeah.
So these are the roles were installed on the SCCM server. So now we have a software update point also, and we'll see the log, how the installation was happened, how the role was added. So just go to C drive, just go to Explorer and open C drive, and there you can open program files, then Microsoft Configuration Manager, third one, and then open logs. There we are having folder called logs. Yes. There we are having, we'll search like software update. We have added software update, right? So we'll having SUP setup called log is there. It is related to the, just scroll down.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you can open that log. So here
Let's
this is the
start.
log. So you can see that in the last installation was successful,
Access.
and the another log was WCM log. Just close this one. So just make a note of these two logs in your notes, like SUP log and WCM.log. It might be, I mean, it is important to get these names. Like one is SUP log is related to the software update point.
Update.
Okay, and this WCM log is related to the WSUS.
WSUS.
Okay, so these two logs, just make a note of that one. And here we will see successfully connected to local WSUS server. Right, successfully integrated WS enterprise updates, right? So it was. So next one is software updates and regarding patching. For example, this is the flow chart, like some process it's going through. Like initially we'll be having, so every month Microsoft is releasing patches on second Tuesday, right? So Microsoft will release patches like operating based on two categories they will release. One is about operating systems and another one is about applications. So Microsoft is having some operating systems like Windows 10, 7, servers and all. So they will release based on that. They will release all those updates, and later on another patches also they will release, like application related things like Operation 360. Sorry, Office 365 and Microsoft Project and Microsoft Video. These things are released by the Microsoft on every second Tuesday. So two categories based on, one is operating system, one is application. So why these patches are required means, for example, on every, there are some you know in every organization there will be some issues, like even the products also. For example, in our mobile we will be having an update or upgrade. Okay, like application upgrades or operating system like iOS upgrades or Android updates will be having. Why those updates they will release, but they will release on like every 2 3 months, like they will release in that frequency. Why they are releasing? To get some new features, okay, or else to get rid of old features. I mean, in old updates there may be some bugs. They will rectify those bugs, and they will make it as they will upgrade it to newer versions. They will rectify those bugs. So these kind of scenarios will be happen. Okay, for getting rid of those things they are releasing updates. And one more thing, it is a mandatory thing to deploy updates to end user missions. Why? Because nowadays, for example, in our SSM scenario, we'll be working for another company. Like for example, another client will be working, so we would be the responsible for all those devices of the client. Okay, and if any attack might happen, for example, if we talk about any cyber attacks or any such kind of things are happened, so we are the responsible one. So to get rid of that, Microsoft is releasing every month on second Tuesday they're releasing some patches. And you can see, this is a Microsoft website, and you can see configure classifications and products to synchronize. For example, these are the updates which were released by the Microsoft and every second Tuesday. Like critical updates, you can see the definition. Specifies a widely released fix for a specific problem that addresses a critical or non-security related bug. So they will be releasing critical updates, definition updates, feature updates, and security updates. Feature updates are nothing but some features, and they want to expand explore more in the features. And if we talk about security updates, this is what we are talking, like to get rid of cyber security attacks and all, and service packs and tools updates and update roll-ups and updates or upgrades. So upgrades are nothing but you can see from one version to another version, like those things, upgrades. And these are the things released by the Microsoft on every second Tuesday. These were the updates. Okay, will be include all these updates, or else we'll be, I mean, we'll be performing only some updates. I mean, will be, for example, based on any organization's criteria, based on their criteria, they will allow some updates only. For example, in some organizations, they will deploy only critical updates and security updates. In some organization, they will deploy all of these updates. In some organization, they will deploy only, but mostly security updates and critical updates are common in every organization. Why? Because these are the updates which rectifies those bugs and which will stop attacking from the other users and all. Okay, mostly these two, critical updates and security updates, are defaultly selected by every organization. Mostly, rest all based on their requirement. Okay, these are the updates they will be sent. I mean, they will be released on every month second Tuesday, and you can see the process how it will be happening. Like for example, we are having some few devices in our SCCM, like 1,000 devices in our SCCM. Okay, and here Microsoft update server is there. Okay, Microsoft will release on every second Tuesday, they will release the patches here. Okay, on Microsoft update server. So what we will do, our SCCM already, to integrate, to get those patches, we have integrated SUP and WSS, right? We have added SUP role. SUP role is nothing but software update point. Okay, so later on, whenever software update point role was added, WSS will automatically integrate it in our SCCM. WSS is nothing but Windows Server Update Services. So what it will happen, whenever we have installed our SCP role and WSS is already having in the backend. So on every month second Tuesday, what will happen? Microsoft WSS will scan all the systems. I mean, WSS will see the systems which are present in SCCM, and it will go to Microsoft. Sorry, it will directly, WSS will go to Microsoft Update Services. Okay, it will bring all the patches, whatever patches is there, it will bring all the patches to WSS. Okay, later on, WSS is already is also having a database, and these database and WSS will be not be visible, and it will be in backend process. Okay, it is a service, so it will be in a backend process. So what will happen, WSS will talk to Microsoft and it will bring the patches, whatever patches as released by the Microsoft, it will bring all. So what, then after that it will store in the database, WSS database. Then it will scan all the systems which are present in SCCM with this Microsoft patches. It will scan both, and later on it will be specified what are the patches required and what are not required. Only they will send to SCCM. Okay, it will scan here in the WSS database, and it will be visible after scanning, it will be visible in SCCM in our software updates. it will be categorized like required, not required, installed, and unknown. These four types it will be categorized after scanning. Required in the sense, these update is required for these many systems based on our 10,000 system is there, right? So out of 10,000 systems, some updates are required for 2,000 systems, and some updates are not required for 4,000 systems. For example, I'm saying some updates are already installed on somewhere around 1,500 systems, and some updates are not required. I mean unknown in the sense it is not related to SSC. I mean based on our system criteria, it is not related to our SSCM. I mean our operating systems or anything. Okay, based on that it will scan in based on these four categories: required, not required, installed, and unknown. Based on these four categories it will be specified. Okay, and later on you can see after getting these all patches, required patches will be there, right? Required patches, we'll see how many devices it will be required, like this patch is required for Windows 7, Windows 10, and all. So we'll see it will be specified, and based on that we'll download the patches. Okay, we'll download that patches will be there, right? We'll select that one and we'll download into our local system. Okay, we'll download it in our local system, and later on after downloading we'll create an SUG is nothing but software update group. Okay, we'll create a software update group, and later on we'll distribute that content to distribution point, and later on we'll deploy to the target machines. Okay, this is the process, and you can see we can perform this process in two methods. One is manual method, and another one is automatic deployment rule, ADR method. Okay, if you perform like you can see a result after scanning in WSS and storing the database: required, installed, not required, and unknown. And later on this is the Microsoft security updates link. Okay,
Okay.
which will be having, for example, okay, in this the updates will be there. For example, you can see these are the updates. Okay, if you want to download these updates manually, we'll go to this link, and later on we'll select, I mean from which day to which date we required, we'll select. For example, update Tuesday mode. Update Tuesday mode is nothing but from the last month, on July 12th to 9th August. You can see July 12th is about second Tuesday, right? And
Yeah.
next one up to August 9th.
That's not. So,
It is
second.
also second Tuesday. So from last 1 month will be selected. We have selected here, and you can see these are all updates released on the this August 9th. I mean this past Tuesday. Okay, these were the updates. You can see these are the updates. All these updates are released by the Microsoft. Up to how many are there? Around 3610 updates were released on this August 2nd Tuesday. And if you want to download any update, you can see it is released on the date August 9th, and you can see the product for which version it was. I mean, this update is related to this version. Okay, and some are released on some will be released on after this August 9th is on second Tuesday, right? Some might be released
Yes.
on August 12th or whatever it may be. On second Tuesday, out of second Tuesday, which are released, those will be called as out of band patches. Okay, if you want to download all these patches, we'll just download here. Okay, it will be specified in Excel format. Okay, and we'll download it in Excel format. We'll see after downloading what will happen. So these patches manually, if you want to do, means you'll just go to Microsoft update security update guide. Okay, and after going there, these are the patches. We'll select the criteria based on our criteria, on which date to which date we'll select, and later on we'll download that content. Okay, we have downloaded all the updates around 36150 or something is there, right? So we have downloaded. So this is the we have downloaded in Excel format. So this file was downloaded by us, and you can see it was released on August 9th, and the product, it is related to PowerShell 7.0, and you can see the impact of that update, and you can see the severity of that update. It is important and it is critical.
Okay.
Okay, you can see these all things, and you can see July 12th. July 12th is about last time. So there is no updates released out of second Tuesday. I mean, out of band patches are not there. If there, for example, some updates might released on some other date, means it will be, we'll be calling as out of band patches, and you can see the criteria. I mean, the severity and the impact and platform, on which platform it is required. Okay, and these are the articles. Okay, and if you want to download, we'll select on the download. Okay, and if you want to check about the, if you want to read about this article, means, I mean, for example, this update is there. Okay, Windows 10 version 1809 update is there. Okay, this update is related to Windows 10 version 1809 users operating system at 64-bit based on the system. Okay, you want to check this update, this update is related to for what. Okay, if you want to check this one, you can just go directly to this article. If you click on this article, it will redirect to the Microsoft page, and this is the article number for only that specified update, and you can read what that update is related to. It is related to highlights. You can see addresses security issues for your Windows operating system. Okay, and improvements, what are the improvements included in that update. Okay, and after, you can see this is the known issue tab. Known issue tab is nothing. Deploy that update. If you deploy that patches to target mission for only that particular patch, so if any, for example, what are the consequences you will face after deployment. Okay, after installing this update, okay, it is saying after installing this KB article, device with some Asian languages packs installed may receive the error like 00, like this is the error it might be received after release, after deploying this update to the target mission. Okay, and workaround, you can what is the workaround you have to do if you face this issue. Okay, you have to perform these tasks if you face these issues. Okay, this is the thing, like it will be specified. Okay, you can see, I mean, for example, this is a Windows Server 2016, this update is there, it is related to Windows Server 2016, and you want to read that update thing, what was included in that update. Okay, if you click on that, it will redirect, and it is the highlights, addresses an issue that prevents certain troubleshooting tools from opening, and addresses security issues for your Windows operating system. So these two were covered in that updates, and these are the improvements done in that update. And the known issues, Microsoft is not currently aware of any issues with this update. So what it is happening, if we deploy this update, even Microsoft is also not aware currently. After deploying this update, they didn't found any issues, and currently they are not aware of this any issues after deploying this update. Okay, so these kind of things, if we want to download, and if you want to download manually, You can check it in manually like this. Okay, each update will go to where we went actually. Actually, we went to security update guide, Microsoft security update guide, and in that we have downloaded the, based on our date criteria, we have selected and then we have downloaded these updates. And after that we have checked each and every update thing, what is related to which, this update is related to for what, this update is related to for what. And if you want to download this particular update, you can simply click on security updates. So it will guide to Microsoft update catalog log. Okay, so what it is happening, we can when I clicked in this update, security update, it went to, it was opened by this page. Okay, that update is having these three things. So we have to download these three manually. You can see the size of that update in the security classification. That update is related to security updates. Okay, and it was updated on this date, and there is no version of this update, and you can simply download that update and you can deploy it to the target. Okay, so you can see the patching entire process. We need WSS to get the updates from Microsoft, as SCCM do not have ability to contact to Microsoft for updates. We have aware of it. And we need to install SUP role in SCCM to integrate WSS with SCCM. This also we are aware of it. And we have deployed, I mean we have installed SUP role. And after deploying, you can see these were the logs which are related to patching. So you can see setup, sup setup.log, and this log is specified to, I mean this is the definition. What does that log will do? It records details about the software update point installation. When the software update point installation completes, installation was successfully written to this log. What it will happen when we install this log, I mean this role, or else software update point installation. I mean when we install software update point role, we can see in this log where it will be written like whether it was installed successfully or not. We have seen on that day itself when we install,
Yes.
right? You can see WCM log. This log is related to, it is records details about the specific
Update
update point configuration and connections to WSS server for subscribed update categories, classifications, and languages. So when we synchronize updates, so what it will happen when we synchronize the updates in our SCCM, it will talk to our SCM will our WSS will talk to Microsoft, and it will bring the patches, and some entire process will be done in the backend, right? That backend process we can see it in WCM.log. Okay, and you can see WSUS CTRL.log. It records detail about configuration, database connectivity, and health of the WSS server. Okay, so on every second Tuesday Microsoft will release patches. On Wednesday we will download, we do manual synchronization. Okay, when we do synchronization, this backend process will be done. This backend process will be done. Okay, and you can see this one. Okay, when we click on synchronization, SUP will trigger the WSync component manager to start synchronization. And we will check WSync manager mgr.log to see how synchronization is going on. Okay, you can see 6701, this code is related to sync started.
Stop.
6702, this code is related to success, and 6703, this code is related to failure, and 6704 in progress, and 6705 is completed. So we can see it in WSync mgr.log. Okay, after synchronization happened, and once it is synchronized to WSS console, SUP will sync those metadata from WSS to SCCM console. So SUP will transfer the data from WSS to SCCM once the synchronization is completed. Now SUP will request to sync metadata from primary SUP to secondary SUP. So this is the things, and you can see another log, WF handler log. When the software update scan cycle initiated, Windows update agent, Windows update server will contact to WSS or SCP for scanning, and if it is successful, a state message will send to the site server confirming that software update scan is completed successful, which can be seen from this log. Okay, and you can see these are the things. Required is nothing but update required for mission. Okay, that particular update is required for that mission, and not required is nothing but update is not applicable for that mission.
Okay.
Okay, and you can see the complaint. Complaint is nothing but update is already complaint with that mission. And unknown is nothing but this means either that the client system did not complete the software scan, or the site server did not receive the scan status from the client system. Okay, and these are the things. So for servers, we'll make available patches in software center. Okay, and this is the thing. For servers, if you are deploying patches to servers, we'll be keeping in available mode. Okay, available mode is nothing but the user has to go to
Software
software
center
center
and
and he has to
install.
download by himself.
Yes.
But for servers only, we'll make it as available in software center, and our respective owner will install in non-business hours for maintenance window. It's nothing but why we will install in available mode for window for the servers means, because servers will be in operation for all the time. If we
Yes.
install immediately, some reboot might happen, some reboot might required for that particular update. So at that time the server will get stopped, so it will halt to all the work around that. So that's the reason we'll be keep it in available mode for servers. So who are the responsible for person for those servers, either it may be admin team or DHCP team or network team, whoever it may be, whoever responsible for that particular server, they will go to software center and they will download those patches in the non-business hours. As per SLA, we need to reach 95% compliance. SLA is nothing but software, like software level agreement or system level agreement, like that.
Okay.
Okay, and you can see third party patches like Google Chrome, Semantic, etc. We can't deploy through SCCM. For example, some third party patches will be there. We have deployed Google Chrome and Mozilla 7-zip. These are third party applications, right? So
Yes.
these third party applications, for example, any updates or anything is there means we cannot update it through SCM, because
Okay.
SCM is related to only Microsoft, and only Microsoft products will be updated and will be downloaded in SCM.
Okay.
So any other third party patches which are not related to Microsoft will not be deployed or will not be updated through SCM.
Okay.
Okay, in case if we want to manage through SCM, we need to integrate third party softwares like Ivanti, patch my BC.
Patch my
So
PC.
these are some patch some some, these are also like some softwares. If you want to install if you want to update some third party applications means, we will integrate these things in our SCM. Ivanti, patch my PC, these are some softwares. Okay, so you can see maintenance window we use for servers to install all deployments and a reboot on maintenance hours. Maintenance in window is particularly used for any some critical deployment things were there means we'll perform it in maintenance window. Like maintenance hours, non-business hours will perform, that's will be calling as maintenance window. So in software library, you can go to your software updates tab is there, right? Just
Yeah.
expand that one. Okay, just click on all softwares, software updates. So currently we don't have anything, right?
Yes.
So we'll just try to synchronize. Actually, we have to perform. We have to specify some classification, right? I mean, which products we have to do.
Okay.
Those things we have to perform, right? So just go to administration and go to site configuration. Expand that one and servers and site system roles. Just check in SCCM second one scmlab.com. Yes, software update point was there. Just go to sites. So this is our primary site. Just right click on the primary site and just go to configure site components and just click on software update point and just go to products tab. Just scroll down and select the Windows 10 and just check Windows Server 2016 we have installed, right? Just select that one. I mean, just uncheck and click on apply. Then okay. Okay, just again right click. Just configure site component software update point. Based on the reasons, it will not update in some time. Just click on Windows 10 and apply. Okay, just go to all software library. Okay, all software updates and synchronize software updates and yes. So just minimize our SCM console. We'll go to logs. Sometimes based on our region, the software updates will not be appear here. We'll see what will happen for us. Let's go to logs, program C drive, program files. Yes, Microsoft. Yes, that is the one. Configuration manager. Microsoft configuration manager. and just check WCM log. Just close this one. I think we have installed that CM trace, right? Okay, just go back to Microsoft Configuration Manager. I mean, no. Here itself in the logs. Just close the logs. Yes, there you can see tools is there, right? One folder called tools.
Yes, yes.
Just open that one. Continue, and you can see CM trace exe. Just try to open that one. Yes, it's okay. You can close. So just go back to logs. So this is the tool like CM trace tool. It will be easy for us to view any log, and if we have any error in that log, it will be specified in the red color. Okay, just try to open wcm.log. Open it in configuration tool. Yes. And successfully connected to attempting connection to WSys and successfully connected. Okay, just close this one. So just close this log. So it is successfully connected to WSA server, right? So we'll go to wsync mgr. This is the last log. Wsync mgr log is there, right? Open that one and scroll down. So synchronizing WSA server SCCM, right? Starting WSA synchronization. So it will take around 1 hour to synchronize these updates from Microsoft and to WSCS. Okay, just we'll wait. It will be shown some time here in this log wsyncmgr.log. So it might take an hour, okay, around 1 hour or more than 1 hour. Just leave like that. Yesterday we have completed default reports in reporting session. Default reports we have completed. For example, apart from reports, we required a customized report. Like we can customize a report by our own, like where from the SQL server. I mean database. From the database, we can create our customized reports. In database also, there will be more number of reports. So just to log into database. just expand databases. Okay, and our cm underscore ps1 primary set is there, right? Just click on that. Just expand tables over there. So here this cm underscore ps1 is related to our SCCM database. Okay, in that SCCM database we have tables. You can see the tables. These are multiple number of tables we have. Okay, for example, if you want to generate any report or something like that, we can click on simply from this table. Like I will show you now. So for example, if you want to like you can see these are number of tables. You can see multiple number of tables we are having. No, in this database only we are going to work now. Yes, you can see there are multiple number of tables, and there you can see, for example, active directory domain is there. Last yes, just right click on that. So you can see there are multiple number of options, and this, since it is a new table, it is asking for a new table or design or select top 1000 roles. If you want result of this active directory domain, just select top 1000 rows. Just click on that. Which means, for example, it is showing top 1000 results. Okay, I mean, this is, you can see at the top side, it is the query, SQL query. Okay, which was written in the backend by defaultly. These are all the reports only, but we can customize by our own in these reports also. Okay, you can see this is the at the top column, this is about reports, I mean query, SQL query, and this is the result at the bottom. Okay, you can see at the bottom it is the query, the result of that SQL query. What we have selected, what are the active directory domains which are present in our SCCM server. So when we right click and select top 1000 rows, what does it means it will show top 1000 results. Okay, top 1000 results what we require. For example, we have more than 1000 or 2000. Okay, in real time, for example, this is active directory. No, just I'm saying if you have more devices, so more than 1000 devices. So if we are having select top 1000 rows means it will list down only top 1000. Okay, if we edit the top 1000, if we remove the 1000, it will list down completely. Okay, currently we are having only one active directory domain, right? Yes, we can edit this query from here itself, but what I mean to say is we have only, currently we have only top one domain, right? So that's the reason it will show only one. You can see our domain name scmlab.com and everything. Last discovery time is nothing but last logged in time. Okay, and this is a domain ID, forest ID, and you can see here at this in the query side, you can see select top, and it is showing domain. Okay, domain ID, the results, what I mean to say is domain ID, it was in the query it was written, and the second one is forest ID, in the query it was written domain name.
Human mode,
query it was written, and domain mode,
one mode,
last discovery time, flags, like this. If you want to add, we can add based on the results it will come, or else if we can remove, we can remove this one. If you remove any one of that, it will remove from the here. If we, for example, just remove last discovery time at the query, or else flags. See, you have seen when we remove its flags, it was executed and it is showing only these things,
uh,
right?
yes,
So like these things we can customize our report. Okay, got it. So
yeah,
let us try a query by our customized thing. So the thing is, let us find out a customized report which shows the install softwares in all computers.
okay,
Okay, let us create a customized report where all install softwares in all computers, and what we required in the columns here, the columns are domain id and domain mode, last discovery. So here for that, for our report, customized report, we required around computer name is required for us, software name is required for us, and software version and software
version,
publisher.
yes,
These four columns we required.
yes,
Okay, our customized report is install softwares in all computers. So whatever the softwares which are installed in all computers, we need a data. So for that, we are going to create now. So before that, just go to tables. Just here in this tables we have seen, right? Yes, in this top we have tables, right? These are all the result, I mean these are all the reports only. But
okay,
to get such in all these things, simply we can search it from here in the tables, like right click and we can filter it out. Just right click on tables. Yes, just go to filters and filter settings. Yes, in the name you can see the criteria. In the value means what we are giving, the value, it will list down all the result, the value what we are giving. So what we require, whatever we are giving in the value, it will list down all the things. So we required data related softwares, right?
yes,
So that's the reason we have to enter like software. And after that click on ok. So what we are doing from the tables, we are just filtering only software resulted reports. Okay, you can see when we filtered that one, you can see it was tables and filtered. In the bracket it was showing. Before
yes,
that not filtered. Everything will shows, but now it is showing only this one. And what we required in this, we required an install software
install
data,
software,
right? Yes, just right click on that. Top 1000 rows. we have multiple number of columns we have there, okay, related to install software data. Okay, so here we don't require top 1000 only, we require complete information, right? So to get complete information, simply we don't need to do anything, we'll just remove the top 1000. Okay, that's it, not from select, only top 1000, those two only we have to remove.
Okay.
If you remove that one, and after you can see at the top execute is there, left hand top.
Yes.
After removing, and if you execute, it will execute all complete data. Currently we are having around 139 rows, right,
Yes. On that.
in this. Yes, so yeah, it's fine. So this is thing. And another thing what we are having, there are multiple number of columns, it was listed
Yes.
down. So we don't need all these things, we need just computer name and product name, I mean
Product
mission
name.
id.
Product.
Mission id is there, I think so, yes, mission id
Yes.
we
First
required, and product name we required, product version and
product
publisher.
version. Yes.
Yes, we'll see all these things are there. Out on mission id is there,
Scenario is there.
and the product name is there,
Product name is
version
there.
is there, publisher
Version.
is there. Yes.
Publisher.
So we'll remove instant key, instant key revision id. Okay, just select from there instant key, revision id, agent id, time key, row version. So what we required we'll keep, and rest we'll remove. Now execute that one.
Yeah.
Yes. So it was we are having mission ID,
Product
product
name.
name, product version,
Version
and
and
publisher.
published.
So fine. So everything is there, but except computer name is not there.
Yes.
So we have to get another data like computer name related. So we'll do one thing. We'll just copy this query and we'll paste it on Notepad. Okay, just copy it from the select till the end. So just copy it and paste it on Notepad. From this, the next thing what we require computer name. Since here computer name is not there, so from where we have to take computer name, we'll take it from the tables itself, because in the field in the tables only we have filtered the software related information, right?
Yes.
So from there only we'll just go to tables and we'll right click and filters. Then we'll in the name criteria we'll enter like computer. So it will list down all the computer related data, I mean all the computer related reports or whatever it fine. This is a computer name, and just to see once in this computer system data, just see whether computer name is there or not. No, actually, it will list down like name.
Yes, name 00.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Name 00. So we'll do one thing. Yes, yes, that is fine. So just remove the top 1000 as well. And you can remove instant key, time key, revision ID, agent ID, and row version. Yes, fine. So it was listed on mission ID and the name.
Yeah.
So we'll just copy the complete query in the notepad only. Just copy and paste it on notepad. From there we'll alter. So here what we have copied, first query is giving us about the software related information. Second query is giving us the computer data.
Computer name. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll just copy from the top to bottom. We'll just copy and we'll go to our SQL. Just copy everything.
Okay.
Yes. Just go to our SQL and just you can see new query about to be execute. Just click on that. Just copy, just paste it here, and we are pasting two queries, right? So
Yes.
it will not execute perfectly. So that's the reason what we will do. We'll remove. We have two queries starting from select, right?
Yes.
So we'll remove the second query. Select is there, right? We'll just remove that one. Only select will remove from the second query
Okay.
because it will list down only complete thing, right? I mean, it will list down like one query. So that's the reason we are removing the second query select as well as the from. The second one from in the second query from is there, right? We'll remove that one as well. So here you can see from is there, right? From the first query.
Yes. Yes.
Just after that, just click enter. This from there. So here we have to represent One is related to install software data and other one is related to computer system existing data. So here we have to list it down as table 1 as ts1 install software data. After that just type like as ts1. No, like as space ts t1. Similarly for the second one as well, the second as t2. What we will do, we'll just keep after select for every column, we'll keep it as t1 dot, like before mission id we'll keep it as t1 dot, and before product name we'll keep it as t1 dot. Similarly for second table it is related to t2, so we will keep it as t2 dot. So here we have to do another alteration, like just remove, I mean just copy this t2 mission id and t2 name is there, right? Just cut that one and paste it at the top. Just cut that one and after publisher just paste it. Just remove the space between t2 mission id and t2 name. So similarly at the top also t1 between product name and so that is fine. So next thing what we have to do, we have to join both the tables, right?
Yes.
So to join both the tables, we have to keep it as inner join. The query name is about inner join.
Okay.
So we have to merge these two tables into one query, and it will list down the result will be list down like one query. So for that one, we have to keep it as between CMPS1 install software data and T1 and computer data.
Computer
Between
history.
this, we have to name it as inner join. Just remove the space and just keep like, just remove these extra two spaces are there right between them. Just remove that one. So here we are having two mission IDs. So these two
Yes.
mission IDs we have to, why we have kept two mission IDs means we are taking it from two different queries, right? So whether these two different queries in the first table, in the first query, we took it as install software. From there we took mission ID, and the second one we took it as computer data. From
Computer.
there we took mission ID. So
Yes.
these two completely different queries, right? So from
Yeah.
these two the only common thing is mission ID.
That's
So we
right.
are just ensuring mission ID is same for both of them or not. So for that the reason we have kept these two mission IDs from two queries. So to ensure that one, we'll just edit from here. Like after T2, I mean computer existing data T2, just enter and just write like on space T1 dot mission ID is equal to T2 dot mission ID okay, just execute this one. So it is perfectly working, and you can see both the mission IDs are also same. Everything we got like product name, product version, publisher and
Publisher.
name, everything we got. So here we have ensured this one, it is fine. So the next thing is, we don't need these two mission IDs, right? I mean we are just kept for ensuring this, whether two queries are getting the same information or not. So we have ensured it is perfectly fine. So the next thing is, we will remove the two mission IDs, okay?
Okay.
Like in the query itself, we'll remove that mission ID, T1 mission ID and T2 mission ID. We'll remove both of them. And we have to remember that first column, it should not start with comma.
Yeah.
Yes, you have removed that one. Very good. So it should not start with comma. So that's the reason we have removed. Just try to execute now. Okay, we have inner join. We have removed that one, right? sorry, on T2 equal to T1 mission ID equal T2 mission. So the next thing what we have to alter, like the name of the computer, it should be in the first thing, right? I mean, it should be at first, right? So we'll just remove from there T2 name, just to get things organized. I'm just performing like this because it's look like very good. So here, to extract this report, I mean, to extract this report and give it to any other hierarchy, so it not looks like good, right? Why? Because it is looking like a name 00, product name, product version, and publisher. So we can change the header names as well.
Okay.
Okay, like after the column, for example, yeah, name, after, just type it as computer name, to make it into bracket. And product name is nothing but as software name, as software version, as software publisher. You can see it was there. It was changed from computer name, software version, and software publisher. Now it looks very good, right? So the simple thing here, to export this report, we'll just copy this one completely.
The result.
Yeah, the result will copy from the header. Just right click on the copy with header and we'll paste it on Excel sheet. Yes, this is the thing, like it will looks like this. So in this manner we can create our customized reports. Okay, in this manner we can create our customized reports. And the next thing is the final thing which was left over, that backup. How we will take backup from our SCCM and domain, sorry, our database and SCCM. So every day in every organization they will take the backup. Why? Because for example, if anything, since it is an automation, everything is an automation, any malfunction or any cyber attacks if may happen, so to get not to crash clients data, we'll just take the backup every day. So it will be scheduled on a maintenance window, the backup will be scheduled on a maintenance window on every day. So we'll in real time in the production environment, we will take backup as by using some file sharing and these some some applications we'll be using to take backup. So here we will take normally, manually we'll take. How we can take and how we can store it in our server, we'll look now. So now we are going to take our backup from our domain, sorry, from our SCCM and database, and we'll store that backup in our domain. In our domain server, we'll store our backup. So just go to domain. So before taking the backup, now what we are doing, we are taking the backup of SCCM server and domain server,
Data,
sorry, database server,
database.
and we are keeping it in domain.
Common.
Yes. So before that, how we will do? We'll just so to keep backup, we have to create some folder. So in that folder, it has to be there. So we'll create a folder in our file explorer here in domain. Just in C drive, just create a folder called backup. So this folder should be on network shared path, right? So
Yes.
to get that network shared, we'll just right click on this folder and share with. Again, just right click on that. Just go to give access to a specific people. So here we have to provide this into shared path. So just drop down in that empty and choose everyone, and just provide in the everyone read write permissions and share. So now this folder is in shared path. So we'll just take the UNC path of this folder, double slash domain. This is a domain, right? No, this is domain, right? We'll
Yeah,
keep it
yeah.
as domain. Yeah, backup. Just copy that UNC path. So that is the location. We'll just copy that location path and we'll go to SCCM. So just go to administration and just go to site configuration and just go to sites. So this is our primary site, right? So
Yes.
from here we'll take this, just right click on primary site. So here we can see site maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, just click on the site maintenance and you can see backup site server. Currently
Server.
it is not in enabled state.
Yes.
Yes, just it is in disabled state. Just edit that one. To enable this one, enable this task and set path and just choose the network path, the second one. Yes, and now just provide the location which we have copied, that UNC path. Okay, and just okay. So here we have to provide the schedule time. So when the backup should be happen. Okay, and it was already by default it is showing like 2 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Fire.
With these 3 hours, it will take the backup. So this is a non-business. For example, we'll just keep it like we'll assume that these are non-business hours.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll assume that one. So in real time, based on the non-working hours, we'll just keep that time. For example, non-business hours, it will be like from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. only, and the work will resume at 4 5 a.m. means we'll just keep it as 1 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Okay.
Okay, where the non-business hours are there, we'll just assume the we'll just take those non-business hours and we'll just keep it in the schedule time, and it will
Okay.
start after 2 a.m. and last latest starts time is the 5 a.m.
Fire.
Okay, and it will take on every day.
Okay.
Okay, or else you can keep like usually every organization they will keep it on
Okay.
every day they will keep the backup. So if you want to keep it on any another things like only per week, we have to take it on 2 days like that, we can customize by our own. So you can check that one, enable alert for backup task failure. If anything got failure, during the backup, if anything got failure, it will generate an alert.
Okay.
So just we'll click on apply and then okay, and then okay. So here, this is the thing, like this we'll take the backup and like this only we'll create backup. So is there is a service, whether it is enabled or not, we have to check. Just open run and just type services.msc. Yes, click on okay, and just scroll down and check SMS backup. This
SMS site
SMS site
backup.
backup is there, right? It is on
Yes.
manual. So it is in manual, so it is in running status. So it will be stored at the schedule time. At schedule time we have kept like 2 a.m. to 5
2
a.m.,
up to
right?
5. Yes.
So it will start from there and it will store the files. It will start around 2 a.m. and it will continue taking the backup and it will last till 5 a.m.
Okay.
So the service is running, so we have
Okay.
to ensure that one whether the service is running or not. So
Okay.
we'll close. For example, if it is generating any alert, for example, so firstly the troubleshooting of the first one is we have to check the property of that site maintenance, and later on we have to check the this SMS site backup is
Site
running
backup.
or not.
Okay.
So for troubleshooting, this is the main first thing,
Okay.
and for we'll just check whether the backup is taking or not. Just go to domain. I think it will not take now. Just open backup. Yes, it is taking. Why? Because it is between 2 a.m. to 5 a.m., right?
Yes. Yes.
So that's the reason it is taking. So you can see PS1 backup. PS1 backup is nothing but primary site 1 backup.
Primary site 1 back.
So you can see CD latest is related to SCCM backup, and site database is nothing but
Database.
a database server backup, and site server backup is nothing but our SCM server. So like this way. So this is the criteria, like these things, like this way we will take the backup.